Solidarity. I crave the indulgence of all branch chairmen that are present, please. If you have your company's leadership present in this summit, do well to send the name. Do well to send the name across to me for proper introduction and recognition. Once again, if you have any of your top management that are part of this summit, please, as branch chairman, do well to send the name across to me for proper recognition. Thank you. Lagos Honor Chairman, please approach the podium, please. Thank you. The past presidents of Pengassan have arrived and they have taken their seats, signaling of Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit 2023 Day 2. So comrades, do well as also to have a seat for yourself. Yes. 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 We are singing. We are shouting so solidarity forever, for the union makes a strong victory. Victory. In a struggle, in a struggle. Yes, there is victory for us. Forward, forward ever, backward, backward never. in the struggle. Neon, there is victory. Great Pengassan, great Nigeria, Aluta, women are great. Our gender, train a woman, solidarity, solidarity. Comrades, that is the arrival of the president of Pengassan and the convener of this summit, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo. A round of applause for him, please, as he takes his seat. Please, comrades, you may be seated. Presidents, you're welcome. We have other dignitaries who have come today to grace the occasion for us. Before we go into the recognition of those dignitaries, we'll start with the national anthem and the solidarity song. Please, shall we rise as we take the national anthem?
Strength and the labor of our heroes shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and
we're going to take the solidarity song and we're going to sing the 3 stanzas. So I will crave your indulgence to open to page 2 of the program that you have. We'll take the solidarity song in its entirety. When the union inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the force. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? For the union makes a strong. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the city where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, and miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving, need the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken unto millions that they never toiled to earn, but without a brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the unions makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity, so forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes a strong victory, victory for victory. In a struggling, yes, there is victory for us. Forward, forward, and backward, backward, in a struggle for our union. There is victory. Great Pengassan, great Nigeria, Aluta, Victoria, injury to one. Women are great. Our gender, train a woman. Solidarity, solidarity. Thank you very much, comrades. A round of applause for all of us as we take our seats. Mr. President, in the solidarity song, there is one that is yet to be gazetted in one of the lines, which maybe it will come to neck for ratification, and that is debit alert for men should be the credit alert for women, so that we can put that. Because we all know where the source, where our money starts and where it goes. I asked a young couple who were were about to marry. I said to the man, if you have 100,000 and your wife had 150, how much do you have in the house? He said 250. I said, you're wrong. You only have 100. Your 100,000 is our money. Her 150 is her money. So don't make that mistake. Thank you very much. Wonderful women. Mr. President, in the House this morning we have Bashir Sadiq, who is Executive Director, Corporate Services and Administration of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. He is representing the Authority Chief Executive, Engineer Farouk Ahmed. Please, let's welcome him, sir. You're welcome. A round of applause for him, please. You're most welcome. We have Dr. Dare Victor, the Group Managing Director of Better Ways. A round of applause for him, please. Mr. Dare Victor, you're most welcome. Dr. Prince Godwin Geniwa is here. He's an expert in comparative oil and gas law. Please, a round of applause for him wherever he is. Okay, you're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. Professor Samuel Dike is a professor of energy and environmental law, and also the president of Association of, is already standing. A round of applause for him, please. Dr. Oyet Gogomeri is the GM of NNPC Retail. She's here. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, sir. Some HR management are here represented by their HR, beg your pardon. We have Dr. Chris Ofokansi, he's a GM HRIR of SEPCO. A round of applause for him. You're welcome. You're most welcome. Equinor Nigeria Management is here represented by Mrs. Nkechi Ezenwa, who is the HR manager. A round of applause for her. Please, you can do well to come to the front. Please, let's clap for our dignitaries. Mr. President, the past presidents have been seated, and they are all here today. We have Chief Comrade Austin Ezenwaka that is here in the house. Please, a round of applause for him. Comrade Gani Owoduni is here. Please, a round of applause for him. Comrade Dr. Brown Ogbefun is here. A round of applause for him. Comrade, he was once an aspirant. I'm trying to look for how to count that in the Edo governorship election. So we can call him His Excellency. Comrade Peter Esele is here. A round of applause for him, please. He was also a TUC President General. Comrade Babatunde Ogun is also in the house. A round of applause for him. And we have a former General Secretary that is also here with us. A round of applause for him, please. The name has skipped my... Bayo Lowoshile, please. A round of applause for him one more time. You see a lot of faces, you see a lot of people, you try to... Please, I beg your pardon, for those who have their people here, please try and send the names across to us so that we can also recognize you. Dr. Ide Wodiong Idemeko is here in the house, the managing partner of Wodiong Cine Consult and former PDP governorship aspirant in Akwa Ibom State. A round of applause for him. You're welcome. We have in our midst the former, the immediate past deputy president of Pengassan, and I love when I see Pengassan members or ESCOs grow in their fields. We have Comrade Owan Abua, who is now the manager, employee relations of NUPRC. A round of applause for him now. We have from the TUC family, I can see Foptop boss that is there. A round of applause for him, please. A round of applause for him. The first vice president of TUC is there, Dr. Okon. A round of applause for him, please. Just been corrected by the Secretary General that is the first deputy president. We have to marry from our end to that end. Thank you very much. And the Secretary General of TUC is also seated. A round of applause for him, please. We will introduce the dignitaries as they come. Thank you. Mr. President, we are going to take the opening remarks, and of course, it will still come from the convener of this 2023 Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our president, Comrade Engineer Festus Osifo, for his opening remarks.
Solidarity. Solidarity. Great Pengassan. Great Pengassan. Credit alert to one. Credit alert to one. Credit alert to women. Women are great. Our agenda: train a woman, educate a woman. Our agenda: solidarity. Great Nigerian workers, ever conscious Nigerian workers, ever hardworking Nigerian workers, ever intelligent Nigerian workers, greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian workers. Thank you so much, comrades. Although the master of the ceremony had established a protocol, but I will be fined if I don't respectfully recognize one or two persons that are here. Most especially our daddies that have been here since yesterday. We call them the conscience of Pengassan because they are the people that ensure that we are here today. Most of the CBAs, most of the collective bargaining agreements that you enjoy today in the industry predated us. In fact, when a lot of us, when we were employed in our respective places of work, we met a good condition of service. And this wouldn't have been possible if not for the light of our elder. Few of them are not here. I think about 2 or 3 of them are not here. But here we have our elder, past president of Pengassan. I recognize you, sir. Pa Austin Ezewanka is a high chief. We have elder comrade Gani Owoduni. He was the president of Pengassan during June 12th. Hope you all understand what that means. We have our elder, Dr. Brown Ugbefun, popularly referred to as Godfather. We appreciate you. Then when the MC was introducing our own daddy and elder brother, he said he was formerly a governorship aspirant, that we should call him His Excellency. Maybe we'll call him His Excellency in waiting. We appreciate you, sir, for all that you have done. Comrade Peter Esele, past president Pengassan, past president Trade Union Congress of Nigeria. Then also we have Comrade Babatunde Ogunt, who was a 2-term president of Pengassan. He spent 6 years as president of Pengassan between 2008 and 2014. Then we have our elder as well, Comrade Bayo Olowoshile, who was a former general secretary of Pengassan. We appreciate you. We appreciate all the support. We appreciate everything that you have done in the past. In fact, Comrade Shino, who was the president before the Godfather, said something that if you are president of Pengassan and you left that position without a high BP, you have to go and do a serious Thanksgiving. That because to hold that position for just 1 day, the stress and the rigor that comes with it, it's quite enormous. But seeing all of you dressed so beautifully and gracing all our functions, we are extremely happy, and we thank God for life, and we thank God for good health. Thank you all for all you do. We really appreciate you. The members of the NAC of Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, the president of Association of Senior Civil Servants, also the deputy president, one of TUC, president of FOCTOB, who is also DP3 of TUC. We quite recognize you. Thank you. You've been here since yesterday. The general secretary of TUC, we appreciate you. Thank you. The auditor of TUC, we quite appreciate you all for the strong solidarity that you have shown to the Pengassan family. We appreciate you. The CWC members of TUC, the General Secretary, the Deputy President, and all other members, the National IRO, the National Treasurer of Pengassan, we appreciate you all for all the solidarity, that we have shown and the camaraderie that we've put together to get this program underway. And also our invited guests. And just before that, when I came in earlier, I met the former deputy president of TUC. He sat at the invited guest corner. I said, no, Comrade Owan, you cannot be sitting here. You were just part of us few days ago. He's someone that has put a lot into this movement as well. Former deputy president of Pengassan, Comrade Owan Abua. We quite appreciate you. You're welcome. Then all other NEC members that are here, we appreciate you. Our women, we appreciate you for all that you have stood for, for this association. Then we have a lot of former CWC members here. I could see our former Port Harcourt Zonal Chairman, Comrade Otono. I could see the immediate past chairman, a very strong chairman from Warri Zone, who just retired from service just less than 1 month ago. Comrade Audu Shokomale, popularly referred to as Chokomilo. We quite appreciate you. All the dignitaries that are here, the ED from NMDPRO, Corporate Services, Comrade Sadiq, thank you so much for always being present. Then also to our very own, we quite appreciate you, sir, for all that you've done for the movement and for all the support you've given to us. So, comrades, I wish to welcome every one of us to this event. I could see a lot of state TUC chairmen. We appreciate you all. And thank you for the solidarity that we have shown since yesterday. But just to state a few things as well, because yesterday we listened to lots of announcements and lots of policy statements that were made on this particular platform. You know, today, as we all know, that we have the issues that are bothering us as a country, issues that are dependent on deregulation of the downstream sector of the oil and gas industry. And also, you know, when the deregulation actually came, when the pronouncement was made on May 29th at the Eagle Square, a lot of us did not really understand the implications. You know, over the years, the labor movement have been steadfast on the positions of what they think could be done before government could go into deregulation. You know, and a lot of these has been stated in the past. You know, things to put in place. For the short term, the medium term, and for the long term. This has been established. And also yesterday, you heard when the panelists came, they also made some far-reaching comments on far-reaching proposals on what could be done in order to alleviate the sufferings that Nigerians are passing through today. And you could see labor leaders, both in the past and in the now, are all in sync on what could be done. In the short term, you could talk about palliatives. In the medium term, you must be able to design a good transportation system for our country, because that is key and that is necessary. Because today, I can tell you that there are some people that sleep at their place of work. What they do is that on Monday, they will come, they live in suburbs, outskirts of Abuja, outskirts of Lagos, and outskirts of most mega cities in Nigeria. So what do happen is that on Monday they come to work, they come with all their clothes that they are going to put on for the entire week. So they remain in their office place till Friday. It is now Friday that they will go back home. And I mean, these are the realities that we are currently living in as a country. So as government, we have always, for them to be up and doing, because they have always asked Nigerians to sacrifice. They have always asked Nigerians to tighten their belt. But as government, they are living in affluence. We have told them and we have asked them, what are those adjustments that you have to make as government? What are those, cost of living adjustments and the cost of governance? You have to reduce your cost of governance, because you cannot continuously live, as business as usual. You cannot continuously do things the way it was done in the past. And you are not telling the generality of the people that they have to tighten their belt. And as an association, Pengassan, we must also come up with policy statements on the things and hold government accountable. Because government, at the end of the day, must cut and reduce the cost of governance. Because if you don't reduce the cost of governance, you will not have enough fund to be able to channel into the productive areas of the economy. Yesterday, we talked about provision of infrastructures. We talked about provision of healthcare, provision of education. But all these cannot be done if you continuously expand government. We have seen the government of today. Appointments are endless. You have a particular government as of today. They have appointed nothing less than 5 or 6 aides on media alone. So we think that as government, what we should be thinking today is how to shrink governance. And as you could recall as well, we have 48 ministers today. And there are still 3. We don't know if they will still be cleared. And that could take the tally to 51. And these ministers, at the end of the day, they are going to recruit aides, they are going to recruit PAs, and PA to PA, and aides to PA. Before you know, that government size is going to bloat as well. Yesterday as well, we talked about innocent, for example. In the United States of America, when George Bush was there, George Bush Jr., as well as Barack Obama, we all knew how they bailed out the auto industry. So part of what we have also demanded in the discussions we'll be having with government is that, no, what you should do, innocent today, there's a limitation in the number of vehicles Innocent can produce. We have had discussions with them. So these limitations are real. These limitations are there. But as government, what is the support that you are giving to them? Because if you say Innocent today can produce like 1,000 buses per year, you could assist them in order to get loans at single-digit interest rates. You could also bail them out as well by giving them grants for them to expand their assemblies and for them to expand their production facility. Because if this is not done, their capacity will be the way it is today. They will not be able to meet the yearnings of Nigerians. So these are some of the things that we have actually been asking. And as Pengassan, we are going to push consistently to ensure that these and many more are done. So, comrades, I welcome you all to today's section, and I am very optimistic. I'm very sure that today's section is going to be as enriching as it was yesterday, if not much more. So I enjoy us to relax, take our seat, take some bottle of water, and I can assure you that at the end of the day, as an individual, I will be much more enlightened, and we will be much more informed. Solidarity. Thank you so much, comrades. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for the President of Pengassan, Engineer Festus Osifo. Thank you very much. Mr. President, we have some introductions to do further before we proceed to the next item on the agenda. We have the GM of HR in OES Deep Sea Limited, Dominic Ajabo, that is here. A round of applause for him, please. Can you just wave? You're most welcome, sir. Mr. President, while you were still speaking, I will gladly say my own came in, and I want to start by introducing first the Executive Director and the GM of HR in Mobile Producing Nigeria, Dr. Balarabe Aliyu. He's also the Chairman OPTS HR Subcommittee. Please, a round of applause for him. And one of the key discussant this morning has also come in, is the Executive Director Production, Mobile Producing Nigeria Limited. Please help me welcome Jagger Bagzi, that is here with us. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Mr. President, so that I will be invited for the next meet program you have, I will not fail to introduce this man, because if I do, I may likely not be invited except you veto that invitation. And I'm talking about the Chairman, Central Planning Committee of this 2023 Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit, Comrade Pastor Kings Udoidwa. A round of applause for him, please. Also, I'm told that Dr. Issa Sambo, who is the GM NNRA, is here with us. Please, wherever he is, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. He will also give us a keynote address today. The manager HR admin for Chevron, who is representing the chairman and MD of that company, Izuchukwu Agulefo, is still with us. He was here yesterday, he's here with us today. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. We're going to take the keynote speech on regulatory framework and effective policy alignment and implementation for a transparent mid and downstream market. But before we do that, let me just take one more introduction, and that is the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Solid Minerals in Ondo State is still here with us. Please help me welcome Engineer Comrade Razak Obe. That is a product, I'm proud to say, of ExxonMobil Nigeria. Thank you. Comrades, We're going to take the keynote speech from the executive authority chief executive. I have to be very careful so that I don't want to make mistake, of Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. He is ably represented here by Bashir Sadiq. He's the Executive Director, Corporate Services and Administration of the same industry. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up to give us the keynote address. A round of applause as he comes up, please. Please, let's clap till he gets up here.
Thank you. This one. Great Pengassan. Mr. President, Engineer Festus Osifo, members of the NEC of the Pengassan, I think it would be futile for me to try to recognize everyone because the president has done a very excellent job of that. So allow me to stand on the protocols that he established. I'm here this morning to represent my chief executive, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, who is unavoidably absent. He has prior engagement that kept him away from this very important occasion. So my apologies on his behalf. I will try as much as possible to convey the message that he sent me to read to you. Definitely it's not going to be as if he did it himself, but I will try as much as possible to convey the message. Obviously, the Pengassan is a very important partner to us in the NMDPRA, and we appreciate the cooperation we enjoyed, especially from the president and his NEC and our in-house union. We also appreciate the national body. I just learned yesterday that my branch chairman was recognized by the association. We thank you very much. And that particularly gladdened my heart personally because the union are the ones that we work closely with in corporate services and administration. And in the last 2 years, it is a testimony to the fact that we have had very cordial working relationship with our union, that we have not had any industrial incident relating to our very important asset, which is the human capital that we manage. And it is a great testimony to the efforts of the president and our branch members. We thank you very much for that. Having said that, I will go ahead to read the keynote address of Engineer Farouk on regulatory framework, effective policy alignment, implementation for a transparent mid and downstream market in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to deliver this keynote address to this august audience of indefatigable comrades, workers, and pillars of the Nigerian oil and gas industry. I must congratulate the organizers, Pengassan, of this event, whose efforts and commitment to value creation have provided this platform for all key stakeholders to contemplate and elaborate on policy directions, deliberate on industry challenges, and chart a path forward for the growth of the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian oil and gas industry. This effort is a testament to the fact that Pengassan, as an organized labor group, remains a very vital component of our nation-building efforts in Nigeria. The general theme of this summit, petroleum industry deregulation and gas utilization for a sustainable energy future in Nigeria, is consistent with the strategic agenda of the government and leadership in the energy sector. It underscores the desire of government to liberalize downstream industry and use our God-endowed gas resource as transition fuel and a vehicle for our developmental inspiration as a nation. The sub-theme, regulatory framework, effective policy alignment and implementation for a transparent mid and downstream market, which I am discussing today, is a very important aspect of Nigerian energy ecosystem. And I thank you for carefully selecting this strategic topic for this year's Labor Summit. Now, talking about mid and downstream sector of the oil and gas industry. The mid and downstream sector of the energy industry are vital components of our economy, and implementation of effective policies and regulatory frameworks that ensure transparency in the sector are critical drivers required to develop a successful sector that will promote investment, deliver energy security, and ensure sustainable economic development for Nigeria. The mid and downstream sectors of the oil and gas industry value chain encompass various activities. These activities include refining, processing of natural gas, distribution, storage, and marketing of petroleum products and other energy products obtainable from oil and gas resource. While Nigeria is greatly endowed with abundant reserves of crude oil in excess of 37 billion barrels of reserves and about 206 trillion cubic feet of gas, preponderance of the produced resources are exported without processing. The country needs a very robust midstream, mid and downstream sector to maximize the inherent values that can be derived from these resources. The mid and downstream sector is where the most value is created. These created values are in form of employment for our teeming youth, accelerated industrialization that is brought about by building these midstream facilities, and security of energy, which is needed for economic growth. And it also gives the added advantage of generating revenue both for the investors and for the government of Nigeria. Now, why is transparency important in midstream and downstream sector? A transparent mid and downstream market attracts investment. It promotes efficiency. It promotes competition and is a vehicle for sustainable development. So it is very capital goals where it is most needed and where there is transparency. So achieving transparency requires some key components such as effective laws, clear sectoral policies and strategic objectives, sound regulatory frameworks, optimal enforcement, and compliance to regulatory requirements. And this is where NMDPRA comes in as a regulator in the oil and gas industry. The PIA, which is currently the governing legislative instrument that defines the key regulatory frameworks of the mid and downstream industry, has made substantial provisions that will guarantee optimal transparency in the operations of the sector. Such provisions include: 1, clear terms and conditions applicable for issuance of mid and downstream operational licenses. These conditions are clear. It also requires us to publicize operational data and reports on mid and downstream operations. It also provided for implementation of open access regimes such that there won't be monopoly of critical infrastructure that is needed to move the products that are produced from the midstream industries. It also provided for market competitive rules that support sustainable growth of the sector and protect the consumer. It demands for optimal stakeholder involvement in implementation of key regulatory roles, such as formulation of regulations and key market oversight activities. As a matter of fact, Section 216 of the PIA, if I am not mistaken, provided that before any regulation comes into effect, we must have extensive stakeholder consultation. And that is some of the provisions that encourage stakeholders to effectively develop a transparent midstream and downstream sector in line with the mandates defined in the PIA. And it is my pleasure, I'm glad to inform you of progress through our extensive stakeholder consultation during the formulation and the rollout of regular sector. Through the successful implementation of PIA 2021, we are in the sector of the oil and gas industry, ensure transparency in the industry and guarantee a sustainable energy future for Nigeria. Now, there are, of course, some issues that new, of course, is the fuel subsidy removal. As we are all aware, Nigeria's energy changing landscape requires clear and stable policy frameworks of in-country competence, no level of competence that you will need that you can't find in Pengassan, and we are faced to recommend regulations and guidance from the on August 16, 2020, and which has been in the work for over 20 years. What that means is it ushered in a milestone and a dawn in the history of the growth and prosperity of the Nigerian oil and gas through key industry reforms, which include the removal of subsidy, migration to a full market-based pricing for petroleum products, which is only way to attain a transparent mid and downstream value chain for petroleum products. Although the full deregulation came into full effect on 29 May 2020, current administration courageous and bold commitment to implement much needed reforms, it will be appropriate to share some of Nigeria's experience with fuel subsidies and the compelling case for implementation of this new midstream and downstream policy restructuring. The group CEO yesterday very eloquently stated all the case to this audience on why fuel subsidy has to go. I don't think I need to repeat that, but that is from the point of commercial point of view. As a regulator and as part of the government, a few anecdotes that points out what we have been through as a government in relation to fuel subsidy administration over the years. As we are all aware, I think a lot of some of the people in the audience know this better than I do, but subsidy issue has been with us since the 1970s when the government decided to make this product available to Nigerians at cost below market prices. As years go by and the subsidy bill ballooned, the government introduced the Petroleum Support Fund. That was in 2003, and the The reason for introducing Petroleum Support Fund is to pay back to importers the difference between the landing cost and what the retail price is. And as time goes by, like I mentioned, this bill continued ballooning until a time when the Petroleum Support Fund, which is a fund that the 3 tiers of government contributed into, can no longer cover the differentials between the landing cost and the retail price, the regulated retail price. And around 2016, another iteration was introduced called the price modulation mechanism. The price modulation mechanism also did not work, and subsequently another appropriate pricing mechanism was introduced. And what that does is to allow marketers bring in product, put in some margin for themselves, and sell to the public at prices, at price bands that are determined by the government. Unfortunately, the oil marketing companies couldn't import due to mostly challenges with procuring foreign exchange, because at that time there are various prices for the dollar. You know, there is the open market price, there is the CBN price, and all that. And not everybody can have access to the official prices for the dollar, and that falters as well. And as a result of that, the NNPC had to step in to guarantee supply of the commodity through its direct sale, direct purchase mechanism. And that is how it has been up till May 2023. While acknowledging the social benefits of PMS subsidy in Nigeria, the fiscal burden, this has been explained here by the GCEO, that mentioned that at a point in time, the monthly bill for subsidy runs to about 400 billion per month. That is unsustainable. And as a result, the government comes to the realization that the only way to ensure continued availability of this product is to operationalize market-based pricing environment for all petroleum products. And that was what government did on 29th May 2023. The subsidy regime in Nigeria, as we all know, created a situation where a substantial regional PMS retail pricing differential incentivized cross-border smuggling. I have mentioned the financial cost, and in the same vein, perennial challenge of the fuel subsidy, which was over the years has encouraged inefficiencies, waste and environmental pollution, and it has become a major bottleneck for aligning our country to the sustainable development goals of providing cleaner energy while retaining the environment for our future generation. The complete deregulation of the downstream sector is therefore being implemented through regulatory and policy framework that will cut across all our relevant government organizations in strong collaboration with the private sector. Transparency across the entire value chain of the downstream sector has been greatly enhanced, and the expected impact of improved midstream sector will be created in the near term through increased domestic refining capacity in Nigeria. And if I may mention, we may go back a step back to note that due to the subsidy inefficiencies. In the last several years, we have granted license to establish refineries, but most of them did not come to fruition. The simple will not be able to sell at market prices. And the few ones that are able to pick up these licenses and establish modular refineries, they made sure that they produce products that are being sold at market prices, such as AGO and some of them even NAFTA, which they eventually export. So subsidy has created a dilemma for the country such that it is impossible for midstream operators to establish refineries because they are not sure of getting the right prices for the product that they will produce. And to somehow cushion the effect of subsidy removal. And one of the several efforts of government and programs that they put in place to lessen the effect on common man is the introduction of gas as an alternative fuel, as an alternative to PMS. And there are various initiatives that the government championed, and one of them, it started with the year of gas in 2020, which metamorphosed into the Decade of Gas program. These are all strategic policy initiatives geared towards alleviating the effect of subsidy removal on PMS. And as Nigeria made these efforts and seek to utilize its extensive gas resource to accomplish the following strategic energy objectives within the decades. Number one, to incentivize and grow the three strategic domestic gas sectors, namely gas to power, gas-based industries, and gas to commercial, with the intended outcome of developing a fully mature domestic gas market. The government also wants to accelerate the growth of critical gas infrastructure, and there are a lot of provisions in the PIA that support that. For us in the NMDPRA, we have the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, which is there to support high-risk projects in gas infrastructure. The government also in place cost-reflective pricing and tariffing mechanism. This is very important because if the domestic gas market prices are not comparable with the international market, the oil companies will not invest in gas production or gas supply. And it is important that they are guaranteed at least a base price. And Schedule 4 of the PIA provided for a mechanism to draw a domestic gas-based price by the NMDPRA on an annual basis, reflective of cost of production and cost of transportation and the like, so that at the end of the day, when gas gets to the end user, it will be at a price that is affordable and at a price that will ensure that the producers recoup their investment in the production and delivery of the gas. Also, some of the progress that we made so far is we have achieved some milestone in critical infrastructural development when it relating to gas, such as the OB3 pipeline, the AKK, and also the rehabilitation of the ELPS, Escravos Lagos pipeline system for delivery of gas. We have also revised and we have issued the gas prices and tariffs, and we are also working on the Nigerian Gas Network, Transportation Network Code. We have also commenced the review of new gas supply projects, and only a couple of weeks ago, we have issued a wholesale gas supply license to one of the local companies. And these are all in an effort to provide alternative source of energy for our teeming population. The auto gas and domestic LPG programs are also being implemented for deepening utilization of gas in a manner that supports the availability of cheaper and cleaner alternative energy sources for Nigerians. These programs have direct linkage to the removal of subsidy on PMS, and the federal government is collaborating with its partners to provide CNG-powered mass transit vehicles, and it pleased me to mention that we also signed an MOU between NMDPRA and one of the local companies that will eventually provide about 1,000 CNG-powered buses for mass transit in the country. Another effort of the government towards alleviating and securing energy provision in the country is the provision of the Petroleum Product National Strategic Stock. This is a provision of the PIA, specifically Section 206, if I'm not mistaken, which is also a public service obligation on the part of the industry. And what it does is, when fully implemented with the regulatory framework, NSS will guarantee availability of petroleum products such as PMS across Nigeria at competitive and affordable price regimes during global or national supply crisis. The appropriate regulation for the implementation of an effective national strategic stock regime is being finalized, and it will be launched in due course. I'm sure that President will invite you to that launch when it is ready. Key regulatory frameworks being implemented by the NMDPRA. At this point, let me emphasize that the mid and downstream market is being established through key policies and strategic government programs that will ensure a sustainable energy future for Nigeria, and the NMDPRA is pivotal in the implementation of all relevant regulatory frameworks required for the sector. Key regulatory frameworks that are supporting the major policy reforms of the mid and downstream markets include: one, we have issued 20 gazetted critical regulations for mid and downstream sector, and these regulations were developed transparently with the full cooperation of the industry. We have in place new license regimes for the mid and downstream market operations, such as wholesale gas supplier license, which I mentioned a moment ago. We have developed other strategic new license regimes that are being finalized, such as gas trading license, gas trading clearing warehouse license, and gas distribution license, among others. Another key regulatory framework that is supporting the effective implementation of mid and downstream policies is the implementation of new pricing and tariffing frameworks for gas. The NMDPRA is also collaborating with all stakeholders to ensure that these regulatory frameworks promote optimal market performance and transparency. We are also using technology to enhance monitoring regimes of technical operations and commercial activities in the mid and downstream activities. All these policies are geared towards protecting the consumer and also protecting the investor so that they can get return on their investment so that the industry can be sustainable. We have enhanced open access operational frameworks, and we are excited with the announcement by NNPC of concession of some of their pipelines. We want to see how that goes so that we can have a viral transportation system for petroleum products in the country. We are also not forgetting about the safety of operations. So we are also enhancing the development of safety standards so that we can protect our environment and also protect the investors' assets. We have in place market information management system so that we will have something to benchmark prices in the country and make sure that they are not exploitative. We are also working with the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, all in an effort to make sure that prices are consumer friendly. We don't want any Nigerian to be exploited. While we want people to invest in the industry, we are not willing to sacrifice the interests of our countrymen. So we are working with the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission on that note. In conclusion, the role of collaboration and dialogue amongst the key players in the energy sector is required for development of stable energy markets, energy security, and sustainability. A transparent mid and downstream market is not just a regulatory imperative. It is the cornerstone for a thriving, competitive, and sustainable energy industry. We at the NMDPRA will be central to ensuring that all policies being implemented in the mid and downstream markets enjoy optimal regulatory support through the implementation of various regulatory frameworks reviewed in this address. We shall continue to engage and collaborate with the unions in all relevant areas of mid and downstream growth, including policy, research, and capacity building. I think it is important for me to mention at this juncture that we can see a lot of differences brought about by the leadership of President Festus Osifo. And one of these is events like this. So our union has graduated from a union that is only concerned about the welfare of staff to a union that is very much involved in nation building. This is commendable, and it is a testament to the leadership of the union as currently composed, and we thank you very much for this. We know that it is a great sacrifice. Leadership in this country is not easy, but you are on the right course. If we continue like this, with gathering like this, where ideas are exchanged, I believe that we have a very good future for this country. I thank you very much, and please accept the warmest regards of the Authority Chief Executive Engineer, Farouk Ahmed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, let's put our hands together for Engineer Bashir Farouk. Thank you so much for representing the Authority Chief Executive excellently well and delivering the keynote address on his behalf. President of Pengassan, we're still going to take one or two introductions before we go into the panel discussion. We have Mrs. Christiana Akindole. She's a representative of the MD of PHRC, the Port Harcourt Refinery Company Limited. A round of applause for her. You're welcome. Just been informed that Dr. Tom Harry, executive member of Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, is in the building. Please, a round of applause for him. Dr. Tom, you are most welcome. Just walking in while the Executive Secretary's keynote address was ongoing is Dr. Zainab Gobir. She is the Executive Director in NMDPRA. A round of applause for her, please. You are most welcome. We're going to go into the panel discussion. To lead that first discussion today is the Chairman of the Planning Committee. Please, let's welcome Comrade Pastor Kings Udoidwa to come and introduce the member of the panel. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up.
the President Pengassan, may I respectfully stand on all existing protocols. We have a panel discussion today on downstream deregulation, enhancement. Is it an enhancement of opportunities or a decline in career progression? And to join me on set very quickly, let's welcome Dr. Oyet Gogomeri, the GM NMPC Retail, who is representing the Managing Director, Mr. Hobbs Stockman. Very quickly following that is Dr. Tom Harry, Director, AXU Consultancy, and also the executive member of NAPE. Let's welcome the immediate past Deputy President Pengassan and the head of employee, now the head of employee relations, NUPRC, Engineer Owen Abua. Very quickly, so let's welcome the MD of Better West Nigeria Limited, Dr. Victor Dare. I'll be your anchor today, and very quickly, so I want to step to the podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome each and every one of us to this panel discussion. Okay, this is a critical discussion as far as this summit is concerned. Over the course of history, we've seen a lot of changes in the industry as new opportunities exist for government and for investors. New strategy of deployment of their workforce is also ensured. One of the concerns for labor has been that each time there is a change in strategy, the people at the receiving end of some of those changes are the workers. The oil and gas industry is ever evolving with more cry for energy transition, moving away from fossil dependence on gas. And the big question is, with the deregulation facing us as a people, what is the implication to the workforce? What is the implication to labor vis-a-vis the coming of new ways of working on doing business? And that is the business that we are having here today. And we are going to delve into some of these pressing issues, downstream deregulation and enhancement of opportunity. And our panelists are, as you heard in the introduction, are experts in the industry, some drawn from the academia, some from currently practicing. And so, very quickly, and to kickstart the conversation today, let's consider some of our global landscape. According to the International Energy Agency, in 2022, the global energy demand rebounded very quickly to pre-pandemic levels. You know, during the pandemic, energy demand had reduced, but after the pandemic, there's been a resurgence in production and the demands that followed. And especially with the war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, what follows naturally is the fact that Russia is not able to meet the demands of Europe, or they are not willing to. So many people are getting into the business, taking opportunity of that. My first question is to my far right, Dr. Victor Dare. How does this resurgence in energy demand intersect with our downstream deregulation, and what opportunities does it present for career growth?
All right, thank you.
Sorry,
the President, let me appreciate you for this platform and for your professional forthrightness flowing from the last speaker. Seriously, I've related with Pengassan. This is essentially new. Having said that, I'll just showcase three things because we have other speaker. The first one is deregulation will come with injuries. There is no way you can remove injuries from deregulation. Because when you deregulate, you are saying private sector should come in. You are saying government withdraw, take the back seat. And so if I'm bringing my money, I'm bringing my investment, to some extent you must give me the latitude to showcase how I want my structures and system to deliver bottom line. And the critical facilitator and enabler of my bottom line is human being. Cost is to bring in people that I can manipulate. So expect all of those crises as we do energy transition, as we do this deregulation. Remember, at the heart of the regulation and PIA is domestication and local content. And if we are to go by that, it means that we need to have Nigerians experts working for Nigeria, oil and gas. It means there's a lot of capacity building, tailor-made capacity building that needs to be done to cushion in the effects of all of these rapidity of changes. So if you ask me, first, we need to understand that deregulation has come with all manners of frameworks. Everything seems to be in place. I listened to the last speaker, well-presented paper, robust and hairy. We have frameworks, we have structures already working, we have departments and units already being realigned. In fact, names of grades are changing. So many things have changed. But I'm looking for the welfare of staff in all of these transformations. I'm thinking there should be a Pengassan committee that will sit and rework this collective bargaining that you do. I don't think whether it's yearly or 2 yearly. You need to rework it. To sit with the MDAs, the NOCs, the IOCs, that since everything is changing, flowing from the PIA, welfare should also change. Safety and security should also change. You know? So we don't just change structures and systems. Certain human beings will drive them to gain bottom line performance. And until this is put on the front burner, there may be difficulty in whipping a dead horse. Emotion is high. I was coming from Pencom and somebody was doing us waka in the car. We didn't do anything. Emotion is high. Emotion is high. So the man that will make things work need to be attended to. Frameworks, beautiful. Structures have been changed. Name of buildings have been changed. I mean, so many things have changed. I want to see welfare changing. I want to see other things changing. So in the energy transition, the issue of cleaner energy, all of those rocket and racket, it is the human elements that will translate them to reality. Thank you.
Very succinctly put, and it clearly let us know that the new opportunities in deregulation also come with its own challenges. And one of those challenges is about labor. And most of the frameworks that comes with deregulation has not really given attention to the place that the welfare of the people comes in, and the challenge have been given to Pengassan to be in the driving seat to make sure this happens. On the flip side, and this will go to Dr. Tom Harry, the World Economic Forum Global Energy Transition Index has highlighted the importance of sustainable energy practice. Could deregulation potentially hinder the progress towards more sustainable energy source, and what might this mean for job stability?
Thank you very much. Good morning all, and thank you very much, Mr. President, and all the executive members of Pengassan. I want to add my voice to the former speaker to say that this is a fantastic development for Pengassan. So it's not, just like the former speaker said, it's not about welfare now, it's about coming to find solutions, thinking out of the box to see how they can contribute to the national discourse. Very well, like you said, now the world is moving towards clean energy, And all over the world, that's what is happening. We are de-emphasizing the use of fossil fuel and going to cleaner energies and renewable energies like gas, wind energy, and so on and so forth. But you see, this has implications. And the implications is that there's got to be a change. Of course, when you talk about the regulation, you're trying to remove the power, the control from the government in terms of controlling prices, controlling the way things are done in the downstream sector, and then putting it in the hands of investors, hands of people, other people, so that probably from the general idea that will crash prices and make the products more available. But when you are not ready, how are you going to achieve that? When you're not ready, yes, you can put frameworks, like you said, but when people are not trained, when the system is not prepared for it, you're going to have a backlash at the end of the day. And that's what we're having right now, especially with the subsidy renewal. Yes, it's a global thing, but you see, it has to be precept by precept. They've got to be preparedness. They've got to be strategic plans. For instance, if you knew that you're going to move from point A to point B, you've got to sit down, get the stakeholders together, and begin to plan what you're going to do strategically in year 1, in year 2, taking into control all the things that are required for the success of that transition. Now, the regulation, is it something that is great? It's fantastic because it opens up the environment for more investments, and when you have that, you have job creation, you have things happening. That's number one. And then secondly, because there is need for you, now there's introduction of competition. And so you have other players competing against themselves. Because of that, you would see some level of efficiency. Because when you have competition, you can only survive when there's a level of efficiency. That is the good part. But you see, the other side is this. In terms of labor, when this begins to happen, when you don't have the requisite skills, and then you're having volatility in prices, which is what the regulation causes. You bring a lot of people, so prices are going up like what is going on with PMS and all of that now. Jobs are going to be lost because companies that were paying salaries will not have the salary to pay anymore. They start cutting down on the people they employ and the welfare of the staff, which is not acceptable. And so these are the things that we need to look at. In as much as we are looking at transitions, we should be carrying the people along. It's one thing to bring in softwares. It's one thing to bring in technology. It's one thing to bring in AI and all of that automation. But people drive the automation. And they've got to be satisfied. They've got to be happy to drive it well. So that's very important. We need to give attention to that. And secondly, historically, the regulation has brought about a lot of changes. Because the government sector, for instance, is the highest, the sector with the highest level of employment. When we have privatizations, a lot of jobs are lost. Families begin to cry. So we need to be able to match this with public opinion. We need to be able to match this also with the satisfaction of the workforce. Because as you go into the streets now, especially in Nigeria, if you live in Nigeria, you go to the street, you know that there's a lot of biting. And the government has to tread this carefully. On a global stage, it's beautiful to move because, of course, the effect of the climate change is setting in. We're seeing floods everywhere. It's something that is acceptable, but the workforce must be carried along effectively so that they can ensure a very efficient transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry. And very quickly, I want to latch in on what Dr. Dare said much earlier with respect to the arguments around policies being set everywhere, but nothing said about labor. Now, we've heard both sides of the argument and regarding the downstream deregulation, but what about workforce dynamics? According to ILO, the energy sector is one of the highest employers of labor across every nation. But with millions of jobs at stake, how do we ensure, this question is now to the man, and you know, it looks like the HR organizations in many companies have been re-engineered. Now we have a lot of engineers in HR. And, and so, Comrade, yes, I think it's another, Comrade Owanabia, how do we ensure that the benefits of deregulation are equitably distributed, and what can be done to protect the interests of the workforce amidst all of these changes?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, or still morning. Good morning to all of us. I would like to start with a disclaimer. My views here would be my personal views, perhaps as the former deputy president of Pengassan. So I believe I will have the protection of Mr. President.
Yeah, like between the devil and the deep blue sea now.
So having said that, I would also commend the discourse that this gathering has afforded all of us. I believe listening to the Executive Director, Corporate Services Admin of NMDPRA, one will begin to have probably a little more in-depth understanding of what government generally is doing with respect to short, medium, and long-term plans with respect to the deregulation or alleviating the immediate pains of the deregulation on Nigerians generally. I must also commend Pengassan as a body, very ably led by Comrade Festus Osifo, to the effect that one of the cardinal positions that the association took early on in engaging with government prior to the introduction of the PIA in the first place was that the position was that there would be no job losses. So to the effect that the PIA was to introduce certain policies like the deregulation, for instance, it was done with the mindset that there will be no job losses. So Labor had already upfront negotiated the protection of the jobs of its staff. And I believe that at the end of the day, deregulation and certain government policies come with certain pains. But for this particular engagement or for this particular cycle, I'll give an instance where NMPC Retail, at the time, bought over. I don't know, there was an argument at the time whether it was a merger or an acquisition between NMPC Retail and OVH, the downstream Oando. And I know that to a large extent, it generated some concerns from amongst the personnel. Yes, it had to do with welfare, moving from one or the merger of the two agencies together. But under the leadership of the NMPT Retail and the unions, we were able to arrive at an agreeable resolution of what otherwise would have degenerated into some industrial crisis directly as a result of some of the efforts of NMPC to reposition the downstream space as a direct result of the PIA. So I believe very strongly that one of the core thinking of the drafters of the PIA was also to ensure that the midstream and downstream sectors had a clear, direct line of sight with respect to the argument of single and dual regulations, for instance. So, of course, we know that Pengassan's position at the time was that we wanted a one-stop shop solutions in terms of regulations for the industry. And we disagreed with the drafters at the time. But their argument was that we needed to incentivize investments. We needed to have a regulatory agency that looked specifically at the midstream and downstream to be able to incentivize investment and growth of the midstream and downstream sectors. And so listening to the earlier remarks from the ED of NMDPRA, they are very noble objectives, noble things that have been put in place. Regulations, new regulations, and all. But I will use this opportunity to also chip in that at the end of the day, we as a country, our problem had never really been laws or regulations. It has always been the implementation where the rubber meets the road. And I believe that mechanisms must be put in place whereby we can evaluate. We can have maybe an annual 2-year, sessions where we look back and say, these policies, these regulations that have been put in place, how effective has it been towards the core objective of growing the industry? Because it is only when we grow the industry that we create more jobs, right? We'll be able to incentivize investments. Because at the end of the day, most of these policies are geared towards, bringing more investments into these core areas of our energy sector. So I would end by also suggesting that we should have some mechanisms in place where we have a review, a look back and say, how effective have these measures, these policies, regulations, how effective have they been towards realizing our core objective of growing the industry, basically? Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Comrade Abua. Thank you. So what some of the highlights of his comments, and it started by clearly reminding us of what Labour had done proactively at the onset of the PIA to protect workers' opportunities as part of the deal. And then he also highlighted an all-important point about how we are able to measure the progress, have baseline information, and maybe 2 years down the line to be able to see how far we have come with the policies. Because the problem has never been making policies, but always, getting boots on ground to actualize those policies. Thank you so very much. I have just about 2 more questions, and very quickly then I'd like to turn to Dr. Oyet Gogomeri, representing Mr. Hop Stokeman. He's the GM of NNPC Retail. So let's turn attention now to policy, sir. The government regulations can play some pivotal role in shaping the downstream landscape. Now, what's the ideal balance between effective deregulation and effective regulatory oversight? And how can policymakers ensure that both career opportunities and the long-term sustainability of the industry are safeguarded?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to also join my colleagues to thank the organizers, especially the president, It is a common saying that since trumpets and trumpeters are scarce, if you don't blow your own, nobody blows for you. And we could see the union blowing their trumpets in the energy sector, which they also are key component in terms of capacity building. I think, like I had some tete-a-tete with some of the past leaders, and one of the takeaway from that discourse was, in the regime, in the time of this current president, Pengassan will not die. And that is what they have done. So I want to say thank you for taking that pathway. Now, going to the question put before us. One of the big things that have happened to the industry is the passage of the PIA. Prior to this time, one of the issues affecting the industry is the paucity of regulatory framework. And today, with one passed, especially for the downstream company that it had to, was being managed by several, there was what we call multiplicity of regulatory agencies then. But today we have one-stop shop you go to, and you get all you needed for the country. One of the fundamental things this regulatory framework will do for this country is to attract investors, because when there are processes that are being regulated, then you can put your money and know that your money will bring returns on investment for you. One key thing that this PIA will bring to us, for us in the downstream being managed by NNDPROA, and for us to survive in this industry, is for every operators of the industry to start what I call self-regulation. And that starts from leadership. Every organization should see the leaders as the one that draw the policies, the statement of intent of how to achieve their strategic objectives. First, fundamentally, I know business are in to make money. They make this money and use the money to develop their manpower, the greatest resource, the human element, members here seated that works for them. When the people are happy, they will do more. The third point is, within that environment where they are operating, they are also able to positively impact on the life of the people, driving what we call sustainable development. In NMPC, we talk about energy today, energies for tomorrow. The implication, that statement we call the tagline of the company, of the corporation, is a sustainable statement. That we are here today, whatever we do in terms of activity, product and services, and interaction with the environment must be sustainable. That we are going to bequeath to a future generation a better Pengassan, a better NMPC corporation, NMPC Limited, NMPC Retail, to our children. The big question will be, because of this effectiveness of the regulatory framework that is in place, if you ask me, when I retire from NMPC Retail, will I want my son or my daughter to work? The big answer will be what? Yes. Because I am working today to ensure that tomorrow I keep a better environment for them to come to work. This may not be applicable to some other industries, where people will say, look, when I leave this job, my children, my family member will never come. But this industry where we are today, this association where we are today, it is a platform that we want and desire our children to be, because we have a strong and effective regulatory framework. In finality of my comment, the system we have seen today is not that of the police and the army that are here to knock at your door to say we have a warrant of arrest, you've committed an offense. No. From what the director have told us, they started with stakeholder engagement for all the regulations they put in place. that allow the stakeholders to be party to discuss how effective the regulatory framework would be to be able to regulate the industry. So it is more of that handshake between the industry, stakeholders, and the regulators. And if this continue, when they have a listening ear to say, look, these policies may not work in our client, these are the things we can do. And when these feedback are taken on board and regulations are improved upon, we are going to have an harmonious environment to operate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In summary, balance will be struck when we move from command and control to climate control, where enabling environment is created for the people working for the organizations to prosper and to flourish, and therefore then get the work done. Finally, as we conclude, just in 1 minute each of you, I'd like you to state clearly what actionable steps, maybe one actionable step per person, can the industry leaders, the workers, the government take to navigate where we are in terms of downstream deregulation in a way that maximizes opportunities and maximizes opportunities for career progression, and while addressing the potential challenges that comes with the business. Just 1 point each.
Okay, I will make my 1 point, but I want to make a clarification. I have some measure of skill in human resources. I'm happy to hear that labor has negotiated no job loss, but there can be technical job loss. It is called underemployment. So when you are engaging, Pengassan, when you are engaging the MDAs, the IOCs, you need to look into allowances that may have been frozen unsuspectedly. You need to ask questions if income is lower than expenses. A typical person working in oil and gas in Nigeria is a sinner to the society because every other person is on their income. So by the time you discover that what you are spending is more than what you are earning, you are underemployed and you are technically out of job. Even when you are on the job. So those are areas I would like you to do. Now, my final comment is that our refineries must work. Because for PIA to soar and produce results and generate bottom line, a baseline for deregulation, domestication, local content is that we must own our own refineries. Thank you.
Engineer Abua.
Well, one action I would love to happen to be able to incentivize growth in the sector is basically incentivizing foreign direct investments. How do we measure 2 years down the line post PIA? Can we say that there is now investor confidence? There is an increased investor confidence from the investments public. Of course, we know the oil and gas industry is a global industry. So specific to the midstream and downstream, what level of confidence do we now have, or does the investing public have, in bringing their resources down to our industry? So I think that we should be able to take out of this session and basically government to see how much we have done to incentivize investment into the midstream and downstream space in the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly said. Dr. Tom Harry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much one more time. On a final note, I would like to give one advice, each one to the government and the other to the workforce. In this case, members of Pengassan, every other affected stakeholder. And then for the government, we need to introduce more of some level of transparency in the business, all right? And then also, there's no doubt that the regulation has come to stay. Technologies will be adopted. And so we have to make the steps to begin to train our workforce to take over roles, because when technology comes in, new roles are created. And so we need to begin to train our workforce to take those new roles that we're transiting into. That's the second point. And then for the employees, will there be changes? Absolutely yes. The regulation brings in investments from other companies. The area is opened, and adopting technology is cheaper for them. And so there's nothing you can do about it. So what I advise you to do is also, even when you don't see the training from the government, train yourself. Train yourself. Build your capacity. You understand? So that even when the job you are on now is not sustainable, you can move to the next level. We're not going to wait for, the new refineries, like I heard, hire people from India and others to fill in those places because they've moved to the next level of technology. We need to find out what are the new levels. Train yourself in those new levels and fix yourself into those places. Thank you very much.
So like they say in the Boy Scout, be prepared. Finally, Dr. Oyet.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think I have just 2 points. The first point is that we should be ready for more investment in research and development. My colleague talked about technology, more technology for cleaner, alternative fuel, new energy, and sustainable development. So it is only when a chunk of the budget is put into research and development. Thank God there are some academia here. Let there be a handshake between the industry and the academia. They set up grant to be able to go to this so that whatever research projects that is being carried out in the universities should not just end up either in our laptops or on shelves. So when that is done, people in the industry allow the academia to come into the environment, to come in to do sabbatical and help them with research and development. Then we can have opportunity for the new technology we're talking about and for cleaner energy alternative. The second comment my colleague just mentioned about, there is not going, for me, there are not going to be any job loss. Rather, what will happen is change of job. Today, what would do us the best is to reskill ourselves, change in skill, because the tendency is the world is moving towards data analytics. This is where we are going to, Internet of Things. And therefore, my recommendation is both industry and government should also make provision for more of in-house, country-owned training centers so that we can enhance our capacity. A lot of technology is in place. That most individuals, yes, it's important that I've always shared with my colleagues, set aside certain percentage of your earnings for your personal development. Yeah. Because when you leave the organization, they will only ask you for the ID card and their laptops. That which you have upstairs will not be taken away from you. And your relevance in that corporation is that you do not allow what we call the half-life of a professor to set into your life. When you come into a company, maybe 2007 with first degree, and in 2023, you are still parading first degree without any additional certificate, without change in your personal development. I will also link to him, set aside some part of your earnings, and go into personal development. Renew yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought we could do better than that to my panelists. And I want to thank all of my panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, you've heard them. They are the experts. They have offered their thoughts and ideas. And Pengassan will take this on as part of the communique to drive the change we desire going forward. Thank you, everyone.
A round of applause for them. Please, you will just rise and have a photograph with the president and the secretary. Please, sir, you can also come up for the group photograph. Yes, please. Where is Abe? Who is snapping, please? I hope he has not gone to eat, because cameramen and MC don't eat. Abe. Thank you very much. Please, can we clap for them as they go back and take their seats, please? Thank you. We will continue. Mr. President, I have a feeling that Abe just breached the code of this work. Maybe he went for food. Mr. President, somebody saw me yesterday having lunch, and the person asked me a question. He said, "Is the program ongoing?" And I answered him with a question, and I asked him, I said, "When have you ever seen an MC eating during a program?" So when you see an MC eating, means the program has ended, because we can be called at any time to give a presentation. President, somebody said something to me, and I need your protection in this room. I wanted to go back to the room and change. I discovered that I'm staying far away. And Mr. President, yesterday and today, two people have reminded me that my dressing brings back memory of a former president. And I told them, please, I'm here for Pengassan business. Don't. I needed room to go and change, because I can't resemble a former president, please. Of Nigeria, not Pengassan. So tomorrow, be rest assured, I won't come out like this anymore. I need to go back in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, we are going straight to the next keynote speech. And that will be done by the Executive Director and Production in Mobile Producing Nigeria, Mr. Jage Baxi, is going to speak on balancing, like energy security in Nigeria, balancing petroleum and gas contributions to the national energy mix. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome Mr. Baxi for his keynote address. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, all. Allow me to stand on existing protocols to recognize the respected and honorable leaders and distinguished colleagues of our industry that are here today and that have been present yesterday and will be present tomorrow. I wish to express special thanks to the President of Pengassan Worldwide, Engineer Festus Osifu. Thank you for your kind invitation to allow me to present an industry perspective on the theme of Peals 2023. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and building upon the prior keynote by respected ED NMDPRA, that through an event like this, Pengassan shows seniority. It's a forum where we can exchange ideas, but equally importantly, we get to meet people, we build relationships, and it creates the spirit of collaboration and partnership that the energy industry needs going forward. I also wanted to reflect that as my colleague Edie and I were sitting here in the front row, we got to see members of our companies in a completely different light. And in this way, Pengassan is also providing an avenue for people to grow. And I want to acknowledge that also. Thank you. The topic of my keynote is energy security, balancing petroleum and gas contributions to the national energy mix. This is a significant topic and would normally require substantial time to discuss and unpack. In the time I have with you today, however, I will choose to touch on a few of the most significant trends that exist in the energy sector. Allow me to look at this and share with you from a global lens, a regional lens, and a local lens. My objective is to share with you ExxonMobil's perspective on the upstream trends for oil and gas. And what I hope I can do is help you make connections between what I will share and what you are hearing from other keynote speeches, other panel discussions, and hopefully connections to other major initiatives, such as the Decade of Gas. I do feel that some of the messages I will share are probably not new, but I hope what I can do is give you additional context and insight. For some decades, ExxonMobil has published an outlook that describes where we see supply and demand of energy and energy-related products for the future. This publication, which we call the ExxonMobil Global Outlook, has become a key piece of research for our corporation. Our latest version was published earlier in 2023 and provides this perspective to the year 2050. I will borrow from this global outlook in my keynotes today. This global outlook serves two primary purposes. The first and foremost is that it establishes a basis for our own business planning. The energy business, as you know, is very long-term. The decisions we make today last for decades. And so we seek to understand what the world will look like in the coming decades in order to plan and deploy our capital, our capabilities, and of course, our human talent. More broadly, the outlook seeks to describe how energy is closely intertwined with modern life and to emissions. And so it tries to provide important insights into the economic and environmental outcomes of energy use. Our projections are uniquely different to some of those that are available in industry today. We choose to analyze what is most likely in the future. In this way, it differs from scenarios that are produced by other entities like the International Energy Agency, where they develop scenarios based on a preset set of assumptions. In other words, we try to anticipate what the world will be like, not just what the world could be like. I do believe that as stakeholders of the energy industry, like you all are, our ability to understand the important facets of the energy industry, about its role in economic growth, in environmental impact, and on the impact on modern life, we can decisions that we get to make. And start with a question. What do we mean by energy security? Have done the work to provide working definitions for what appears to be a very simple term. The International Energy Agency defines energy security as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at affordable price, and that the long-term energy security supply energy in line with economic development and environmental needs. Closer to home, the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency describes this objective as universal access to reliable and affordable modern energy. These are great working definitions, but we should make this question a little more personal. What does energy security mean to you? Does it mean the ready availability of fuel to drive your car, or fuel that powers your generator to run your small business? Is it stable electricity for your home, or the school, or the hospital in your community? Is it a fuel source that allows daily clean ability to cook our food? I suspect it's all of these. Every day, billions of people around the world benefit from that access to energy. It shows up as the ability to cool their homes, or maybe heat their homes, to cook their food, to have access to medical care, and to travel for work or pleasure. Affordable and reliable energy are really living standards, life expectancy, education, and income. Yet for many billions of people, that's still far out of reach. And the challenge only grows as the world's population grows. Consider for a moment that between today and 2050, our global family expands at the rate of 1 million souls every week. So no matter how we choose to define the term energy security, at its heart is the essential truth that energy use is tied with improved living standards. And both of those come about through economic activity and population growth. There's another essential reality tied to energy demand. We must also address the question of emissions reductions at the same time. Delivering both of these, what we call in ExxonMobil the "and" equation, is no easy task. There are no easy answers. And it is a major tension point for nations the world over. Nigeria itself finds itself at that crossroads. As a nation, Nigeria needs to find reliable, affordable energy for tens of millions of people, at the same time seeking to achieve its stated objective of reducing emissions by 50% by the year 2050. Now, in my comments today, I'll only touch on emissions briefly, but if you are interested in some more details, ExxonMobil publishes another report called Advancing Climate Solutions, which you can find on our website, and that can describe more about what we do to address the question of emissions and climate change. Let me move on and talk a bit about the correlation between higher energy use and human prosperity. You'll see on this next slide the strong correlation between these two aspects. This graphic illustrates on the vertical axis the Human Development Index published by the United Nations. This is an index which tracks a combination of factors: life expectancy, education levels, income per person, amongst others. Simply put, the higher up a country is on the vertical axis, the more modern that country is. The horizontal axis represents British thermal units, MBTU, per person per year. What's very clear is that rising energy use fuels higher incomes and higher living standards. People have a chance to own their homes, to buy appliances and power them, to be educated, to travel, to obtain medical care. But you know, this graph shows the opposite to be also true. The absence of affordable, reliable energy means a diminished. There is poverty. More than 2 billion people globally are in the medium category on the Human Development Index. More than 900 million people are in the low category. And your eyes may catch it. Nigeria as a country straddles the boundary between low and medium. And like all countries, is seeking to make its way up this spectrum. The link between energy security and economic well-being is represented ago. Fuel was in energy poverty. It no longer is in energy poverty. And its people are no longer in poverty. It's hovered around 27 MBTU per person. And the GDP of most African nations has grown by a very small amount. Nigeria has seen the same trend. And it continues to demonstrate that the chase for energy security is at the heart of any country's development. Let me move on and share with you some trends around Africa and Nigeria. On this chart, you see a series of lines that are indexed to 1 for the year 2021. It's intended to illustrate the strong correlation between GDP, population growth, energy demand, and emissions. Africa's population was about 1.4 billion people in 2021. By 2050, Africa's population will be 2.5 billion, the fastest growing continent on the planet. Nigeria's population is expected to cross 400 million by the year 2050. It is highly likely that Nigeria becomes the third most populated country in the world, behind India and China. When you combine that with the expected GDP growth in Africa, but also in Nigeria, it's very clear that energy demand has to grow. In fact, you'll see that Nigeria's energy demand grows faster than the neighboring countries. The economic growth that is driven by Nigeria's energy demand is worth reflecting on. Africa's total energy demand will grow somewhere around 7 times. A way to measure energy demand for a scale of a continent, and in fact for Nigeria, is to think about the total amount of energy needed. And in our energy outlook, we use the unit of 1 quadrillion BTUs. A quadrillion is 10 raised to the power of 15. 1 quadrillion is 2.6 billion cubic feet of gas a day. The entire continent of Africa needs 70 quadrillion BTU in 2050. The pull for energy is immense, and the same is true in Nigeria. Nigeria is already Africa's demand center for energy. Nigeria surpassed South Africa in the early 2010 timeframe. So it brings us to the question that with Nigeria's high endowment of petroleum and natural gas, especially natural gas, the opportunity exists for Nigeria not only to displace other forms of fuel within its own economy for natural gas, but in fact displace more polluting forms of energy for its neighbors in the region and onwards to other countries. This is the opportunity for Nigeria. Let me move on for a moment to give you an insight into oil and natural gas at a global level. Firstly, on oil. ExxonMobil projects that oil by itself will remain the world's leading primary energy source in 2050. Oil demand does start to slow as we approach 2050. It's largely driven by the reduction of liquid products for personal transportation, your car and my car. However, oil will be required for the heavy industry, heavy transportation, and high temperature industrial processes that underpin economic growth. These sectors need liquid hydrocarbon fuel. On this chart for a moment, please, I'll ask you to catch with your eyes the third part of the bars, the lighter green. This represents the amount of oil that is needed and is forecast to be needed for light vehicles. Our vehicles, our personal cars. Now, it's worth noting that if every single vehicle that would be sold in 2035 was an electric vehicle, oil demand in 2050 would still be the same as it was in 2010. I share this because if you have any experience like me of dinner time conversations and conversations over drinks with friends and colleagues, the question of the opportunity for Nigeria disappearing as people move to electric cars continually comes up. Please remember this point. Every vehicle can be an electric vehicle in 2035. Oil demand will be the same as it was in 2010. I share this because this is where Nigeria can continue to play a role for the global energy market. But there are two important aspects. Our production must be cost competitive, and it must make its way to those demand centers, be it Europe or the Americas or Asia. Now, within Nigeria, our forecast shows that oil demand will continue to grow, and it's primarily driven by transportation. That's what will underpin growth and economic activity, the movement of people and goods around our country. Let me paint a similar picture for natural gas. On the next chart, please. So while oil is expected to peak and slow in its growth, natural gas actually continues to grow globally. It's in fact expected to grow faster than any other energy source. This growth comes from two main areas. Industrial activity will pull on natural gas because natural gas will drive manufacturing efforts. Natural gas will drive the formation of fertilizers critical for the globe's food supply. And natural gas will start displacing other fuels for power generation. In fact, electricity demand will grow significantly in this time frame. You can see this in the yellow part of this chart. For every kilowatt hour where electricity is generated by natural gas and displaces coal and other polluting forms of fuel, our air quality will improve and emissions will reduce. Here in Nigeria, the Decade of Gas initiative has already established that gas is expected to grow by 3 times. The growth will be driven by electricity demand and secondarily by other sources that support transportation. For example, CNG. So oil and gas demand remain, and the role that Nigeria can play remains bright. Allow me to move on for a moment and talk a little bit about supply at a global level. If we'd move on to the next slide, please. One more. So in this next chart, what I'd like you to see is that the globe will need a supply that comes from a variety of sources. If you could take us to the next chart, please. One more. There it is. It's worth noting that ever since the start of the last century, no energy source has ever gone away. There's only been a change in the mix and type of energy source, and it's typically been driven by the most economic energy sources available to populations. The future of the world's energy and Nigeria's energy supply will come from a variety of cost-competitive sources. Renewables and nuclear energy, the bottom 3 of these pie charts, are expected to grow at the fastest pace. By 2015, the supply of these 3 sources will probably be about 1/4 of global energy supply. But that does mean that the carbon-based forms of energy, oil, gas, coal, and biomass, will continue to supply nearly 70% of the world's energy supply. In essence, oil and gas is not going away, even as the energy transition occurs. The world will need to continue to utilize oil and gas because these are central to future demand and for economic growth. For Nigeria, the task is to continue to produce with ever lower emissions and to invest in a cost-competitive way. We need to be able to bring capital and develop projects that can be resilient to future price cycles. They will fall, and we must be resilient to those cycles. I'd like to conclude with one more insight. On the next chart, please. So having established that oil and gas are going to continue to be dominant sources of supply, exactly how much oil and gas should we seek to invest in? This short analysis, I hope, will provide you a little bit of an insight into this question. The chart on the left depicts oil supply and demand. That's shown in green. The chart on the right depicts natural gas supply and demand in red. The solid portion of these charts represents how supply will behave if not $1 more was invested anywhere in the world. In other words, we simply let existing oil and gas projects and reservoirs take their natural decline. Without a single investment dollar, the current supply of oil would drop from 95 million barrels a day globally to less than 20 million barrels a day. Similarly for gas, it would drop from 400 billion standard cubic feet a day to around 100 billion cubic feet a day. Let's think then about the demand scenarios that could exist. Allow your eyes to catch the diamond on both of these charts. It's titled here as average IPCC, lower 2 degrees Celsius. The IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's an organization that prepares comprehensive reports about emissions and climate change and the options for reducing the rate of climate change. In March 2023, the IPCC produced its 6th report, in which an aggressive reduction in emissions that could achieve an average 2 degrees temperature rise in the world was outlined. In this report, the IPCC forecasts that oil demand would still be around 60 million barrels a day in 2050. Similarly, gas demand would be around 320 billion cubic feet. The most aggressive scenario that's been published is the International Energy Agency net zero emissions scenario, or NZE. On these graphs, it's the dark blue line. This scenario assumes that all countries achieve net zero by 2050. Even in these scenarios, you will note that oil demand is above 20 million barrels a day, and gas demand is over 100 billion cubic feet a day. The IEA produces one other scenario. It's called the IEA STEPS, Stated Emissions Policy Scenario. That is an assessment of how emissions and energy supply and demand will look if each country met its own objective. For example, Nigeria has the stated emissions objective of reducing carbon emissions by 50% by 2050. If every country met its stated emissions, oil and gas demand actually has to grow. It's the upper lines on this chart. Our own outlook shows that oil demand will more or less mirror the STEPS scenario. But for gas, our outlook suggests that gas demand will actually be higher than the STEPS scenario. In essence, without any form of continued investment, natural depletion will lead us down the path of energy scarcity. I hope that's clear to you from this analysis. Without a single dollar of investment, our world heads to energy scarcity. And to be clear, the needed investment in oil and gas, even in the lower 2 degree scenario, is still trillions of dollars. So without this investment, we as stakeholders, as countries, as organizations in the energy space, will set up our future to be one of energy scarcity where prices will rise, economic growth can slow, living standards would be less than it can be, energy poverty would persist. In short, without oil and gas, there is no energy security. So I hope that what you've been able to take away from my short summary here is that energy security, whether for Nigeria or any other nation, begins with the link between its population and modern living standards and and economic growth. In order to deliver the needed affordable energy, Nigeria must tap into its natural endowment. In that way, Nigerian people can live longer and more healthier lives, be more prosperous, and improve living standards. There is an opportunity for Nigeria to lift 100 million people out of poverty in the coming 2 decades. And Nigeria's energy landscape will rapidly evolve around electricity generation with natural gas. For a company like ours, we want to play a part in this future. And we see 4 key foundational enablers that are needed to chart this path forward. Firstly, it's fiscal and non-fiscal enablers, especially the ability to tap into natural gas through gas rights and gas pricing. Secondly, it's the Nigeria towards a more globally competitive cost structure, where an operator like ExxonMobil can bring our capital and apply global best practices to achieve world-class project delivery and operate those facilities in a world-class manner. Thirdly, we seek regulatory certainty. Our prior speakers have mentioned that already. And this is not just about the PIA. It is the PIA, but it's also the engagement that occurs around the PIA and its regulations in order to create transparency and dialogue that can be best achieved through consultation. And finally, it's about infrastructure. The ability to safely and reliably connect the energy source, and it means gas and electricity infrastructure for high-density industries where gas can help manufacturing, and it means electricity distribution infrastructure where gas converted to electrons can make it to yours and my home. I'm going to borrow a sporting phrase to finish up. All of us are stakeholders in the energy industry, and we must bring our A game, and play an active role to deliver energy security in order to deliver the bright future that Nigeria has in front of it. Thank you for this opportunity to share some insights.
Please, can we put our hands together for Jage Baxi, the Executive Director of Productions of ExxonMobil, Mobil Producing Nigeria. And President, I tell you the truth, with Jage and his boss, MD, you will not have any industrial issue in ExxonMobil anymore. They have come, they have showed us the truth. I'm stammering for Balasmo. But let the branch chairman also join. The salubrious relationship has returned to ExxonMobil. And these 2 men have come to show us what it takes to have leadership. They came few months, and we're having what is called peace in the real sense of it. Mr. President, last year you were angry with us that we didn't sponsor anything. This year you have seen us in this place. No thanks to the 2 of them. They have shown us, and I know that the next, they are the ones that will give us something better, sir.
Yes, I believe.
So, bye-bye to industrial crisis in ExxonMobil. Please, a round of applause for my boss. Jage, we thank you. Thank you so much for coming. There was a time in Mobil Producing Nigeria, the management called us and said, we are celebrating, and we asked them in that time, what are you celebrating? Say we are celebrating 48 months of industrial-free, crisis work environment. We didn't know they were counting. We were not counting. And we had a good relationship. Already they have started showing forth. My president, please, hold phone. Let me also join
this. Comrades, you can see that the MC has decided to return back home. We appreciate you. And while achieving the peaceful and harmonious industrial environment, bear in mind that NUIMS and NNPC has not been far from you. So it's very critical to note that NUIMS and NNPC has always been there to ensure that there is a peaceful and harmonious industrial environment. We are happy that peace has returned to the home of ExxonMobil so that production will keep accelerating positively. And being the 60% owner in the JV and the 100% owner in the PSC, it is a critical national responsibility to do that. And as the zonal chairman of Lagos, I cannot sleep when ExxonMobil is on fire. So I make sure that there is peace at all times. Dr. Mbog, you can take over.
You see, I decided to break the protocol today as an MC. Mr. President, you go to anywhere, they will finish food. Is the MC, the food will not reach. Everything they do, MC will. So today, I decided, when you post that picture, they will know that I was here. And that is my company. Thank you very much for coming. We can see, and the President was quickly reminding me of Dr. Bala. Mr. President, the Secretary of Pengassan will only do what you ask him to do. So whatever happened, I can never and will never hold it against Bala. Dr. Bala was only, there is a way you speak, your voice, but your mind is not in what you say. But today now he's speaking with full mouth. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, HR. We appreciate. One more time, please. You don't know the cost of war. When you have peace, you will understand that war is very expensive. If you doubt me, go and ask Ukraine. Mr. President, while the Executive Director of Productions in Mopris Niger was speaking, Mrs. Kelechi Ezomeju, the Executive General Manager, People and Talent Management, Total Energies in Nigeria, she walked in. Please, let's welcome her. Please, where is she, please? Oh, please, you're welcome. You're most welcome. Thank you very much. I'm very careful before we have an area of women. They almost took over this stage yesterday. And anywhere you go, you must always acknowledge. I was in church one day and they brought the attendants and they said men were more than the women. I said, go and count again. You didn't count well. There is nowhere you go that women are less. Thank you very much, women. We're going to the panel discussion quickly. We are running as fast as we can. And yes, rightfully so, someone have appointed to me we need a go break, but I'm having my fear of losing you to a go break. So let's still move on. So to anchor this discussion on infrastructure and technology, FDI opportunities in the midstream and downstream sector, let's welcome the Lagos Zonal Chairman to come and take over the stage and call the panelists and anchor it. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes.
Okay, thank you. Solidarity. Mr. President, our God-sent President, double President of Pengassan and TUC, my boss and mentor, past presidents of Pengassan, chief executives, strategic industry gatekeepers, comrades, you're welcome to this second panel discussion. My name is Comrade Eyam Abeng, Pengassan Lagos Zona Chairman, Special Advisor to the TUC President on Special Duties and Media Relations. I'll be the anchor of the day. I want my ushers to work very closely to me as we welcome to the podium Professor Zainab Gobi, Executive Director, NMDPRA. Our agenda, train a woman, credit alert for men. I was thinking our women would borrow us a leverage today to say credit alert to men. Thank you, Prof. Also welcoming to the podium is Professor Samuel Dickey, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Law. This is an exchange between the industry and the academia. And we are going to see what the academias are bringing to the table. Thank you, Prof. Also celebrating one of our own. I call him Pengassan Export to the state of Ondo, ExxonMobil Export to the industry. With a rousing ovation, please welcome to the podium Comrade Engineer Razak Obe, Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources. As part of the innovation and creativity that we are infusing into this, the audience, the participants will be given an opportunity to ask one question per row. So this row will ask one question, this row will ask one question, and this other row. Mr. President has graciously approved that. Thank you. Please participate actively. Distinguished panelists, you're welcome to the second edition of Pearl 2023, a gathering of eagles, a convergence of industry stakeholders, gatekeepers, and the players. Today, we are digging deeper, where we are interrogating policies, data, and the decisions we have taken in the years past. We're going to be dealing on infrastructure and technology, foreign direct investment opportunity in the midstream and downstream sector. The midstream and downstream sector remains the highest opportunity for job placement in the entire value chain. Because in the midstream and downstream sector, we have a lot of industries that can emanate from it. And it imparts on the lives of the ordinary citizens. Without much ado, ensuring that I'm an adherence to the slogan, women are great. I'll be starting from Prof. Prof, today, considering the current trend, We have seen that the midstream and downstream sector has attracted over $100 billion in foreign direct investment globally in the last 5 years. In a rapidly changing energy landscape, factoring Nigeria as a case study, how can this sector leverage on the cutting-edge technology to enhance efficiency and continue to attract such amount of investment into the Nigerian front, because charity begins at home? While we celebrate what other African countries attract, but how do we leverage on this, being that we are the highest in terms of human resource, we are the highest in terms of the market share, and our proximity within the geopolitics of the West Africa and by extension the Central Africa? How do the Nigerian environment be able to carve a niche in attracting a slice of this $100 billion? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I stand on existing protocols. Good afternoon, our chair and fellow panel members. This question you asked is a very critical question, actually. Midstream is the least exposed sector in the oil and gas. It's now that we're all discovering the midstream sector. So it opens it up to a lot of opportunities. You ask me how come, right? You're talking pipelines, you're talking the gas itself, which Nigeria is a dancing bride out of everybody. And easily, Nigeria can become the hub for Africa in terms of oil and gas. The second opportunities allowed there is expertise. There was a previous panel member spoke saying we need to improve ourselves. The midstream sector is where we can all improve ourselves and bring in the expertise that's necessary to drive this sector. And in terms of foreign investment, it's very key for us to understand that a lot of people look up to Nigeria, especially the brown-skinned man. So being the leading black nation, there's humongous opportunity in Nigeria and outside Nigeria that could be brought even back home. So for example, when you're talking technology, the control rooms that supervise the oil wells, right, and the technology being put on the oil wells, we can easily write to other countries, gather Nigerian citizens that are engineers, that are experts, and create a job function for our youths. So, you know, from the engine room, they can see what's happening in different wells all around the world, and we're still operating in Nigeria. That's one way of bringing people into the net. So I see someone in the audience looking confused, so let me expatiate. If you recall, back in 2000, India was recruiting for customer service for the likes of Microsoft, Ericsson, Verizon, and co. So I'm suggesting the same thing for the oil and gas sector, because we have people that are industry experts here. Averagely, one Nigerian can do from point A to Z. That is lacking globally, sincerely. So if we can bring those investments back home, set up a control center, and help other countries monitor or avail data in terms of oil and gas structures. So that's one way. Then we have the second way, which is giving palliatives, which Nigeria has. We have 7 major palliatives that is available, incentives that are available to, you know, the external investor, and then some for the internal investor. So those are the ways we can attract additional investment. The most important one is your regulators, your regulators, are thinking in a smart way. We're not using the stick method anymore. We're using the carrot method. What does that mean? How do we enhance your business? Not how do we bring your business down? What are the services we can offer you? Thank you. What are the services we can offer you to promote your business and make it beautiful to external investors to come and do business with you? Because you already have what it takes. But you know, a lot of times when you have government behind you, people believe it more. So that is what our chief authority in the NMDPRA, our ace, Engineer Ahmed Farouk, has always driven. If you call him 3 a.m., he's picking up your call because he believes in the system. He believes in Nigeria, and he believes in oil and gas. So the beautiful thing we all have here going is the regulators are on your side, and we're willing to do what it takes to ensure that the Nigerian market and Nigerian businesses thrive. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, Prof. The regulator is now your strategic partner. The regulator is ready to walk the road with you. The regulator is ready to support you. So therefore, the regulator is now your best friend. Approach them at any time of the day, they'll be there for you. Thank you very much, Prof. We are very pleased with that. And we believe that with the PIA on board, Nigeria can only be the best destination for foreign direct investment. Honorable Commissioner, you have seen the industry. Today you are within the government functionary. I want you to share with us what is the role of data with regards to developing our natural resources by respective state government, taking a cue from Ondo State government. Bearing in mind that Ondo State is endowed with a lot of natural resources, such as bitumen, what has been your contribution to enhancing that resource vis-a-vis adding value to the Nigerian economy and driving Ondo State economy to the next level?
Thank you very much for that question, even though I will let my answer be rather global and not provincial. To start with, we are turning the curve as a nation, especially regarding the downstream and midstream sectors. Before now, we had a rather amorphous system that we didn't have the levers to control, but thanks to PIA and the new government, we saw the FERC created by separating the oil asset from gas recently. That now enables the government to focus directly on gas, having declared the decade as a decade of gas. In Ondo, the first port of call for us is to do proper delineation mapping by conducting some needs assessment and flipping the aboriginal way of consuming energy by firewood, for instance, and taking them to clean energy by expanding access to LPG. That's just on one layer. And as transportation is breathing afresh to move from PMS to CNG, Ondo is also one of the first sub-national governments engaging with the NMPC, retail, and various other stakeholders to see that we begin to build stations where you can refuel, having conversation with organizations that can provide kits, transportation system, as we still have to truck gas when we're going to that frontier. And the government has also authorized that we should begin to convert first some government vehicles, and at a later point, all the major transportation system, especially bus system for workers and for private organizations, will also run on CNG. But the bigger thing for our nation is, how do we get gas to our people? The AKK project is so important that we should be putting within our cities a kind of dashboard that tells Nigerians how much progress we are making, because that meets our immediate need in country. Then the Trans-Sahara pipeline, which can send our gas to Europe, which is important to the next level of our finance or our income as a country, as we continue to have the dwindling realities of the petroleum, the oil itself. We should expand our sales strength and scale by building the gas pipeline and make it a reality in the next couple of months, if not years. When we put that in place, then I checked the data of NLNG that they are supplying just about 500 billion tons of gas to the local market currently, whereas we are taking about 22 million tons per year out of the country, and we are aiming to grow that to 30 when the Train 7 is completed. But there are issues around that. Issue of even supply, when I learned that Train 8 is going to be stopped shortly because they are saying it's not feasible given the fact that only about 50 to 60% of the available capacity is being utilized. So that means every hand must be on deck. Every Nigerian should see that. To grow the pie, to make more money, I understand we lost in 2022 alone about $7 billion because we couldn't get gas to those plants. What this means, every Nigerian should know that anyone busting the pipeline somewhere is directly affecting Nigeria in terms of our income, in terms of our ability to supply gas to the people, to power industries, to supply electricity, and multiple other layers. So for us, just to wrap up, as a state, we are structured, we are delineating and mapping to know what the people need right now, near term and long terms, to ensure that the state is able to provide all of these supports. And with that, energy access is going to improve dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Razak Obey. Just to give a recap, the safety of our pipeline infrastructure is now a collective national priority for every citizen. The decade of gas has simply streamlined government focus to the more utilization of gas and optimization of its potentials. Therefore, we must all embrace it and ensure that CNG is fully adopted and becomes a reality. With that, we will all collectively project Nigeria to the next level. Prof, we have always agitated that there should be a handshake between the academia and the industry. We want you to bring to bear your perspective, knowing that data is the new oxygen. Can you enlighten us? Now that the global data has shown that renewable energy investment is on the rise, with wind and solar projects leading the way, in the era of renewable energy, how can the traditional midstream and downstream players adapt their infrastructure and technology to remain attractive to foreign investors, bearing in mind that for us in Nigeria, wind and solar is not yet a priority. We want to maximize gas because we are more of a gas nation than an oil nation. So in this quagmire, how do you now strike the golden midpoint for them to be fairness and for us to be globally competitive in attracting foreign direct investment?
Thank you very much, and I would like to join others in commending this town and industry meet. It's a good one, and it puts it well for the economic development of our nation. Whether we like it or not, oil and gas will continue to rule the world, at least for the next decade or 2 decades. It's important to stress this, and we are working towards what we call transition. It's because of the importance of the oil and gas sector that emphasis now is on just transition. Just transition means how to address the challenges that will be envisioned by oil and gas producing nations such as Nigeria if the world will clamor for a transition to renewable energy. What that means is that the Nigerian economy, being pivoted by oil and gas, will continue to be important, whether you like it or not, in the global energy architecture. Hence, our midstream and downstream sectors will continue to play pivotal roles. But there must be a balancing. Because the world is moving this way, we cannot remain adamant. We must move with the world. The reason is that there are drivers to this transition. One of the drivers is, the emission, the global warming, keeping it at the Paris Agreement level. Nigeria has its own commitment to Paris Agreement. We've heard here that we agree that we must keep net zero emission by 50% by 2050. That calls for a lot of action. for the petroleum industry and the players. The midstream and downstream sectors are very important value chain in the petroleum industry architecture. One, there are a lot of activities that will promote emission of gases and dangerous carbon, which the world is trying to prevent. How to retrofit these industries to make sure that these gases are limited to the manageable level is a serious concern, should be a serious concern to the industry players. However, I want to state that the transition to renewable provides both opportunities and challenges to Nigeria. Opportunities in the sense that it will help us to diversify our energy resource base, thereby reducing the so much demand for investment on the oil and gas sector. When we diversify our energy resource base, there will be so much of energy that we'll be able to maintain the level, we'll be able to maintain our level in terms of the global demand for carbon emission. The midstream sector and the downstream sector will have to be properly regulated. And that's what we call the role of the regulators here. There are a lot of nebulous provisions in the sector that need to be cleared. That is why it's important for regulatory certainty if we must make progress in the midstream and downstream sector development. Regulatory certainty is expected. Again, investment in the sector will also be affected by this transition we're talking about. There is therefore need to balance this. Balancing this required proactive thinking, thinking outside the box, making sure that government is featured prominently, the industry players featured prominently, and all the stakeholders in the industry are brought to bear in this architecture. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Prof. Energy transition must be anchored on energy security and energy survival, because energy transition means different things to different nations. For us in Nigeria, it's all about energy security and energy survival. While the world is turning through the wind and solar, we will develop our gas and maximize it. At this point, Mr. President, I wish to call on the audience if they are available. Just one question. They say, yes, thank you very much. Moderator, MC, please, can you take the mic? Yeah. Osha, thank you. Just one question, sir.
Thank you very much. I feel moved to say this, but it's not a question, but a collaboration of what our Prof mentioned and what you spoke about in terms of industry collaboration with the university, for instance. I'm an associate professor of petroleum geology in my university, and I head the consultancy unit. And I must commend Pengassan for driving that collaboration. And also, yes, and also the regulatory bodies, like NCDMB, for instance, they virtually drag the companies to do researches in the universities. We never had that before. In fact, recently, I was talking about capacity building. Recently, we had a project that was brought to us. I'll mention it from Oriental Energy, a research project. It had to do with studying ditch cuttings because, getting cores were quite expensive. So they wanted to look at ditch cuttings to see what they can get in terms of porosity and permeability. So we suggested rock physics. And we didn't really have the technology here. And we wrote the proposal, approved it. I had to take myself to Cardiff University for 3 months. I worked in their SME lab and then did the job. By the time I came back, some of the questions they were having was answered because of that opportunity. And secondly, when NCME saw that, because they came for review, they saw it. When another company came, Heritage Oil, they directed them to us for a particular research that had to do with sand failure and flow problems within some of their reservoirs. And so I can tell you right now, because of this collaboration, they are funding a research that is worth 100 million from January next year. So I want to thank NCDMB, PRA, all the regulatory agencies and then Pengassan for driving. A lot of these stories don't go out there, but I'm using this opportunity to thank them for what they're doing in the Nigerian universities. And then also to thank ExxonMobil. The workstations in my university were donated by ExxonMobil. Thank you very much. And these licenses we're using were donated by Schlumberger because of the agitation of Pengassan for industry and university collaboration. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We are so pleased to hear this testimony, and be rest assured that more funding will be coming your way for giving this testimony from the industry leaders. Yes, National Auditor 1.
Solidarity. Thank you, moderator. I think I'm well pleased with the theme of this particular Pengassan Summit. Yesterday, we had the GCO enumerate so many advantages of what we're expecting come 2024. And I went home sad and happy. I will come from the other sad side. Nigeria is known as a mono economy, where we are told, for those who lived before us, how we did well in granite, in the granite pyramid, the cocoa, and the rubber. And we also saw people who benefited, countries who borrowed from us, the palm oil, sorry, countries who borrowed from us, what they are today. And we see the struggle of Nigeria with fixing our refineries. And then today, we are being told the gain of where we'll go in 2024. One thing comes to mind. If you look at Nigeria as a nation, once one sector, something is progressing, they abandon the one they have been managing. Good example is our national stadium in Lagos. The moment we moved to Abuja, that one was completely abandoned. But if you take a drive from people like England, they hosted the 2012 Olympics. After the games, they handed it over to West Ham because they know the government cannot maintain it. I want my comrade to answer this as somebody who has been this side and who is also in the government side. What do you think it will be if we completely move to the gas as we are speculating? Because we're talking about CNG, the gas and all the rest. Is it a way to run away from fixing our refineries or even building new ones? Because we are thinking that guys will strive tomorrow. I want you to give a very honest answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Comrade Charles, you're a blessed man because two of my panelists will do justice to your inquiry. So I will call on Engineer Razak Obe, and then Prof will also give an addendum to it. Engineer Razak.
Thank you very much for the question. Let's not mix up things. There is nothing that precludes the country from advancing in one area because it's advancing on the other. It doesn't exist. Energy mix is always complicated. Some other countries, they protect each component of their energy possibility with all of their strength. We can do the same here. We know gas is all we have more. That already supports our national aspiration to do the most we could with gas. But even beyond fossil fuel, we have so much going on right now. Solar isolation in Nigeria is one of the highest in the world, far superior to what obtains as a finite time. I like the presentation by the Director of Production, ExxonMobil, about the fact that oil and gas will remain relevant up to 2050. But I did one energy study when I had my master's at the University of Liverpool that talked about what will be not by 2050, but 2095 and 2000, just go past this century. We need to plan ahead. Everyone is thinking about what to do. So beyond just the gas and oil, even gas itself is also finite. Let's develop other areas, and we can't develop without having expertise. The challenge we face as a country is we are like a beautiful team. We have got good defenders, we have got good midfielders, but we don't have attackers. We can't score. That technological deficit, when India noticed that, what they did, they created institutes of technology. They put that around all of their major cities, and they developed engineers. Those people were doing the Japa syndrome. They were also living brain drain. But at a point, that stopped in the 2000s. And now more people, not only the money remittances spiking to high heavens in India, people are also returning. So let's spend our time now to grow people, give them the right education instead of subsidizing education that takes us nowhere. Let's focus on tailor-made education that will help us protect our pipelines. We don't have to ask any part of the world to help us with pipeline surveillance. Our people in Lagos should be able, Yaba should be able to give us technology that will protect our pipelines. And to do that, it will not happen spontaneously. Government will have to be intentional by funding efforts, research, tailored to some outcome. And by the time you have that, you will be surprised how much you could get within country if you support the people who are willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yes, thank you for your question. As I said earlier, we must move with time and the tide. Our oil industry is mature in the sense that by age, to get recoverable oil now, you need to invest more. And that is why we are shifting to gas. The only way out to move with the transition, the global transition, is to develop in-country capacity. As the speakers there said, we must develop the capacity, assuming foreign direct investment is slow. We have to develop our capacity to fund our oil industry so that it can match up. Because as I speak, because of drivers of global warming and climate change conditions, it is difficult for you to attract foreign direct investment in the crude oil industry now, including from World Bank, IMF, and FDI, whatever. So we must begin to think outside the box how to generate funds to develop our oil and gas industry. Now, the position of gas is that gas is more readily available, and the infrastructure is there, and the government is ready to develop the sector. We cannot leave the gas sector and begin to talk about the crude oil sector that is mature, that will require so much money to bring out oil, crude oil from the ground, so to speak. So what we are saying here is that, yes, we are moving towards the gas sector, but remember that even in transportation, there is no substitute to fuel, even globally. So crude oil will still remain relevant. It will continue to be relevant. But the problem is that to attract funding, global funding, what we call foreign direct investment, is slow because of climate change and because of the transition. So to handle that, the country must develop in-house capacity to address funding deficit. That's what I have to say about this.
Thank you very much. Energy mix is the way to go, and there is an urgent need for in-house competence and capacity development. And thank God, all the industry regulators are here, and they will continually add value to it. The last said, yes, my brother, our comrade Umar.
Yes, thank you. My question goes to the commissioner. If we look at one of the slides that the ED production ExxonMobil shared here, we have a very big gap from 2050 for the energy demand. this is serious energy insecurity. Now, if you decouple that to just bring Nigeria, if you add up all the other renewables, it's less than 40% of what we'll get. How are we going to solve this huge energy insecurity we're going to face as a nation, then expand it globally? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a kind of clarification from that slide, if I'm right, it tried to paint a scenario. If you don't grow the reserves from what it is right now, the FDI mentioned, you are not pumping the billions of dollars to develop new fields, to have new discoveries. That's the delta you're going to have. But if you continue to pump in money, Nigeria's gas reserve as of today is about 200 trillion cubic feet. That is going to expand to up to 600 with more investment. So all we need to do, and what he has canvassed is, let's not hold back and say we are not investing because it's fossil fuel. Let's put money. Let's continue to aggressively pursue oil and gas activities in all geographies of the world, especially Nigeria.
Professor Zainab, you are in the regulatory agency. As part of your parting words, what regulatory framework do you believe NNDPRA need to put in place vis-a-vis the Commission to continually deepen and attract foreign direct investment?
Thank you for that question, and thank you all for listening and asking very brilliant questions to the panelists. I'm actually going to touch on your question, but I wanted to say something.
Okay.
For a regulator, I'm sure there are a lot of people in here that have they've come to participate in the NMDPRA, in the process of writing regulations. So the way we do it is we come up with the regulation, then we invite industry experts to look at the regulation, and we tweak it to make sure everybody is happy to our best capacity before we push it out there and make it a standing regulation for the country. So, again, with that being said, the services the regulators are giving to Nigerians and day-to-day oil and gas business entrepreneurs, it's already showing that partnership. We also work on helping being the engine or the collaborative effort between government to government issues or challenges or answers. So what do I mean? Let me give you a small example. If you're having tax issues and you're an oil and gas company, right? And you need to talk to the FIRS, you can write to the authority, here are my issues and here are the problems FIRS has given me, which can affect the oil and gas market. We go on the table with FIRS and yourself to come up with a balancing, let's call it everybody happy type of synergy, win-win situation to the best of our abilities. So, look at your regulators as your enabler. At that point, when government to government is talking on your behalf, you stand to gain a lot more. And at the end of the day, Nigeria starts to gain a lot more because you're employing, you're growing, and we're seeing the joy of what you're doing. With that, again, we bring comfortability of investors to see that, oh, the government is partnering with its people, so I'm safe, And the second thing is, in the authority, we have what you call PPP, Partnership, Mergers and Acquisitions. The reason these are there is some people have money, but they're not oil and gas expert, but they want to put the money somewhere. So the authority would let you know who or which investors have approached us, right, with potential capital to partake in the oil and gas sector. Don't limit yourself. My advice is write to us, ask questions, collaborate with us, call us to see what we can and cannot do for you, which is in the PIA. We at the authority take you very, very seriously because your success is our success, and that is for a fact. So now to answer your question politely is, well, if you're looking at it from the angle of, again, what are regulators doing in terms of the frameworks, is we're looking at what is happening globally. We're looking at the trends, yes? And we're looking at failures, and we're looking at successes, and then we're looking at culture, because culture trumps strategy, eats it for breakfast. So we bring these three elements and we make it a very good document. that supports the business climate in Nigeria, at the same time can compete on the international ground. Because Nigeria is not a country you belittle. We are the African giant, and we will get there. And the last thing is there are 6,000 byproducts in oil and gas. When you hear oil and gas, a lot of people, based on the survey we put out there, they assume you have to be a billionaire to operate in oil and gas. No, you don't. Take the 6,000 byproducts, shred it into pieces, and categorize them. If you're into plastic, find young adults or even business owners that are doing plastics. If you're into fertilizing, get to gas. Start engaging people, bring people together, and then you see the success and the fruition of where we're going. And that is what the authority is all about. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I sincerely appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Prof, for your cap, you are in the academia. Data is the new oxygen. How best will you use data to represent Nigeria positively outside? Haven't gotten an interface between the industry and the academia today. Your capping words.
Well, the oil and gas industry is highly technologically driven, and so data revolution, it's the end thing now, and there are a lot of technological innovations which data will help us address, such as AI, artificial intelligence, drones. You can use drones to detect errors in pipelines, even nanotechnology to develop molecules and structures. All of this will be accentuated and promoted by data. So we must have to revolutionize our oil and gas industry to make it what it is globally. The traditional predictive approach should give way to proactive approach, and that is where data and artificial intelligence, new technological breakthrough will have to play a very maximum role. That's my take.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, communication, effective communication has always been the bane of transiting policy to the people in terms of effective communication and actualization of policy. Because in Nigeria, we are aware that it is not policy formulation that is our challenge, but implementation. As one will sit on the government table, how best or what are the tools or methodology you believe we can deploy to effectively communicate with the ordinary citizen towards achieving foreign direct investment? Because at the end of the day, it's the human element that plays the largest part.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. One of my best economists or management gurus is the late Peter Drucker, who theorized about MBO, management by objective. If you let the least person in the organization to understand the importance of an enterprise, they are going to participate with all their hearts. They will want to see to the success because they are aware of the end product. But when you leave people in total oblivion of what you're planning, you are not engaging with them, you're only dishing out instructions. What you're going to get is nonchalance. People are not committed because they don't understand. So as a country, I think we need to do more. I harped on the activities of our National Orientation Agency. I think it's high time they began to reinvent themselves, pick up national communication, transport the same until it gets to the last man's door. When people understand what they want to accomplish, trust Nigerians. If you ask that every Nigerian should register for something within a week, you will be surprised. The first 3 days, you have got up to 70% compliance. That's what people are. That's what we are. If you communicate right, people are going to align with us. But beyond just communicating, what are we communicating? News management, for instance. You don't put all of the red flags out there. You want people from outside here to bring their funds. They won't do that. Pipeline vandalization, you are seeing the people doing it. You are not cautioning. You are not reporting. When you report, people are nonchalant about response. When they respond, the folks arrested are free on the street the following day. We must develop a holistic approach that will be stewarded at the highest level. The way the president has set up a crack team for tax reform and fiscal reform, we should have a tool as well that could be employed to steward and govern that space in a way that nobody puts negative news about Nigeria, all of the insecurity. We should communicate more about the progress we have made. We should be able to brandy the data of where we were, where we are, and where we aim to be, showing forecasting. If we put this forward, those who are at this point despondent, they might be optimistic when they see what the history was and where we are headed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all heard from our erudite panelists that positive communication about the state of Nigeria within and among our foreign friends, especially the social media, is very key. Sustainability, innovation, technology, and collaboration is the way to go. And together, we can collectively attract foreign direct investment as individuals, as group, and as a collective social strategy partners for our survival. And gas is the way to go. And being the decade of gas, let us join hands together and ensure that gas becomes the next oxygen that Nigeria will drive at. And the whole world will come and celebrate with us. When you see something, say something, and Nigeria will be the best for it. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for them. Mr. President will have a group photograph with the panelists.
Let me use it to start.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, one of our comrades asked me outside, why do executive directors talk so slowly? And I quickly answered, because they're executive directors. So that's why. And then I now reminded him, I said, the way you are shouting now, that was how I was 7 years ago. So you are very far away from being an ED. You have to start trimming down, so that your message will be passed clearly. Thank you very much. We have less than an hour, 10 minutes to call it a wrap for today. Please, I would just crave your indulgence for everyone sitting down here as a form of ego break. Let's just rise. Can we just rise, please? Can we just rise? And then you can just turn to the left, to the right. Mind your neighbor's jaw, please. I know the president didn't factor in taking anybody to the hospital into this conference, so just mind, and then you can take your hands up. You take your hands up, yes, and then you drop it to your side. And then you can tilt your head to the left, tilt it to the right. Take it up. Drop it down. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Now, I don't want people throwing legs, because we don't want conflict resolution team to sit here. Mr. President, while the discussion was going on, Comrade Musa Maitakobi, the president of Road Employers Association of Nigeria, and also the National Treasurer of TUC, walked in. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, sir. To present the last keynote address for today, we have Dr. Issa Sambo. He's the GM Radiological Safety Department, Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority, NNRA. A round of applause for him as he comes up to do justice to that topic. He is speaking on pathways to a sustainable energy future in Nigeria. You're welcome, sir.
Great Pengassan, forward, backward. Thank you. Mr. President, Pengassan Engineer Festus Osifo, members of NEC, all protocols duly observed. My work is easy because the last panel session has already discussed some of the things I wanted to really present. And also the executive director of ExxonMobil also talked about, if you watch, you found out that he mentioned something about 2050, that the dominant energy will be what? Nuclear and renewables. I commend the leadership of this great union for inviting me to give a different perspective from what gas, to bring in new ideas. I'm a nuclear scientist, so I want Nigeria to go nuclear. There was a question that, how do you bridge the gap? Let us go nuclear. Do you want us to go nuclear? One of the outcomes from this summit should be that Nigeria should what? Go nuclear. Because I just returned from International Atomic Energy Agency General Conference in Vienna. And my friends from Rwanda, you know what you told me? That Rwanda is going to operate a nuclear power plant in the next 2 years. Yes, because now there are smaller modular reactors that could be deployed for countries like ours. Egypt has already gone nuclear. I have a poster that I brought just to present to the president to see how the world is moving to ensure net zero by 2050. I saw in our net zero plan, Nigeria, 2060, I don't know where we got the 2060. The world is saying 2050, but our own we said 2060. So what it means here is that in the next 24 years, it's very close, 2050, we are in 2024, 2023, end of 2023. So how many years? 24 years. So it means that we have to start thinking about the future, and the future is nuclear and renewables. Let me go also renewables. So I was able to go deeply and make because since the president challenged me to present on this pathway, so I, as a researcher and also as a teacher, I was able to go through a lot of reports about renewable energy, about energy in general, energy outlook, and other reports. And one thing that captured my mind was the report of the International Renewable Energy Agency, which was released just in August. In the report, it was mentioned that Nigeria has reached a key junction in time, considering growing population and a range of socioeconomic challenges. It requires sustainable energy sources to meet the growing needs for all sectors of its economy and achieve universal access to modern energy services. The country must decide. The country must decide whether to maintain its reliance on fossil fuels, accepting the inevitable environmental and economic risks that part entails, or capitalize on its ample indigenous renewable energy resources to drive economic development, decrease energy costs, and significantly reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. So this is what we are told in summary. We should have the rethink. Now, that's about renewable. Now, in terms of nuclear, we have all agreed here that nuclear is the way to go. Now, according to International Atomic Energy Agency, there is a global consensus that the underlying fundamentals of population and electricity consumption as well as concerns about climate change and air quality, the security of energy supply and the price volatility of other fuels point to nuclear energy continuously playing an essential role in energy mix, provided concerted efforts are made. So this is, but it will interest you to know we have made this nuclear issue a long time ago. The government had made commitment in 2008 that by the year 2025, Nigeria is going to operate its first nuclear power plant. So 2025 is just about something I don't know. So we are working. You know, I'm also also guilty. I'm also guilty of it because we have made that commitment that we are going to operate. We also had our strategic plan. We had a roadmap. We had engaged international community. We had engaged the development partners. But by now, we are thinking about feasibility studies. This is something that we have to, all of us, wake up. The energy gap that we saw, we have to start thinking that the money, that what you are generating from gas, what we are saying is put small percentage of it. Put something and what? And develop renewables and nuclear. That will now, you know, ensure sustained energy for the future. If you don't do that, we just collect our Pengassan and eat. What are we going to leave for our children? So our children in the next 24 years, they may not meet this fossil, or the demand may reduce. Then definitely we have to confront, we have to think about renewable, and I want to state here that the United Nations, okay, the presentation of I have reviewed some of our national policies, about 10 of them, 20. I reviewed 20 national policies, strategies, and plans regarding energy. And I found out that you find policies scattered all over. Energy Commission of Nigeria, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Environment, Nigeria Atomic Energy Commission, all of them, you know, coordinating policies regarding either renewable or nuclear. So this really, you see a kind of disconnect between our all national policies. So it will be difficult to have a coordination to ensure that there is one consensus. So these policies really, in terms of implementation, we have to look at it. Now, the United Nations Secretary General, you know, let me just quote what he said. Renewables are the only path to real energy security, stable power prices, and sustainable employment opportunities. In addition, the world will need to prioritize 5 critical actions now to transform our energy systems and speed up shift to renewable energy. One of those things to be done, because without renewables, there can be no future. So the future of energy is renewable, and also nuclear. The nuclear is missing. So it means that there has to be shift from energy, shift of subsidies from, the subsidies that have been removed, to also begin to think about subsidies in terms of renewal, and to invest 3 times in terms of renewable energy. I've been able, because of time, and I've given all this information because I'm told that it's already on the website. So it's a lot of information. You can see the solar potentials and also the wind potentials of the country. And also, one model that interested me in this renewable energy. One model, the one that was proposed by the Nature Conservancy, TNC, where it was proposed that there are 6 pathways to a clean and green renewable energy build-out. And one of the 6 pathways one is to establish solar energy zones in the country. And the second part is to plan ahead and consider also the environment, and consider site renewable rights, and choose brownfields rather than greenfields, and buy renewable rights, And the last one is to invest. In terms of nuclear, so all this, the model is there. I have recommended that we should consider this model in terms of getting our renewable built out in the country. Now, for nuclear energy, they are now projecting some conceptual clarifications. Now, nuclear is the only proven scalable and reliable low-carbon source of energy and plays a pivotal role if the world is to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. So the proposition of nuclear power as a sustainable energy source is fundamentally robust due to its innate nature. And I want us to look at the global energy is somewhere, the global nuclear power performance. If we are to go to, these are some of the policies that I've mentioned that you see what each policy entails, policy objectives, and so on. And this, of course, from our, yes, this is about renewable, the resources, the solar potential. Yes, we can keep going. This is the average annual solar radiation, this average wind. You have average also wind. You know, for the northern part, the mapping of wind has been completed, but from the report I got, the southern part has not been completed. So we need to look at this because the report is very rich. And next, about nuclear, I want us to show how each country now is doing. So this is actually the 6 pathways to do energy build out. So step by step, the 5th one, the 6th one, to investment. This is about nuclear energy. Yes, the next slide, please. Next slide, can I? Yes, next. So this, you find out that why I want us to look at it is that you see presently there are about 438 nuclear reactors in operation. And in terms of reliability, you find out that in terms of reliability, if you look at the reliability curve, about 80% of energy that is coming from here is reliable. So nuclear is reliable. And you see the green or the blue there is the plant, yes, unavailability. So in terms of availability, it's more than 80%, and the blue band there is showing you that these are planned unavailability, which is about 10%. So we can use it to really address the issue of energy gap that we have in the country. So if you go to I have this, I can give it to you. You can look at it and build it as a justification for. And the next slide, if you check, yeah. In terms of nuclear power in the world, you see that the first one is the United States, followed by France. So these are nuclear power plants operational in the world. If you go to the next one, next slide, you see, and also China. So this is currently taking place. Now the next slide, you see the number of nuclear power plants under construction. In Egypt, the new construction is taking place. Now this is about our nuclear power program, which of course I've mentioned that the government had committed to introduce nuclear power in its energy mix. And we had a nuclear roadmap. And you see, in terms of there's the short term, the commitment was between 2008 to 2012. And the medium term period, which is the period of construction, and the long-term period, which is period of operation in 2025. The next slide, you see the roadmap. The program implementation. This is overtaken by events. Of course, it's expected that by the year 2025, we are going to have our first MPP in operation. Then, as way forward, I've mentioned here that Nigeria should vigorously pursue the development of alternative fuels from locally available energy resources, which will ensure greater energy security from the nation by comprehensively reviewing and implementing the existing energy policies, plans, strategies, which will facilitate the transition away from fossil fuels, with all economic and health benefits that will allow follow and provide market designs and facilitate investment. And Nigeria must continue to pursue its nuclear power program by developing comprehensive nuclear energy policy and strategy and ensure that is implemented. We have agreements with partner countries, so our agreements should be implemented, and future agreements with other partner countries should also be considered. So, as one of the ways to go is to use the subsidy, whatever that is removed from fossil subsidy, to put it into investment into renewables and nuclear. Next, so there should be triple investment in renewable and nuclear energy. Energy technology like battery storage can also provide renewable, reliable and cheaper electricity. And there should be greater investment in people, in skills. That is, there should be investment in research and development. Now, yes, the next slide is the key findings and way forward recommended for Nigeria in ARENA report 2003 need to be reviewed and approved for implementation by relevant stakeholders. And this is important because it was mentioned earlier that effective coordination mechanism and communication strategies and the harmonization and implementation of all energy policies among stakeholders should be provided. And we should try and adopt the model developed by the Nature Conservancy related to clean and green energy. And the model will provide a clear pathway to renewable energy build out in Nigeria. Now, in conclusion, Nigeria is no doubt experiencing energy poverty. Its dependence on oil has slowed down the development of alternative energy resources and diversification to achieve a wider energy supply. Therefore, our national energy frameworks must urgently be reformed to streamline and fast-track energy projects and catalyze private sector investments. Clear and robust policies, transparent processes must be in place to reduce market risk and enable and incentivize investment. There should be commitment and accountability, particularly from CBN, including multilateral development banks and other public and private financial institutions that must align their lending portfolios towards accelerating energy transition. And public support and the availability of modern energy transmission systems are key to accelerate the uptake of renewables. With this last slide, I would like to say there's one way ahead. It is time to take urgent action to ensure sustainability of our energy for our great country. So Pengassan must continue to add its voice as always. And the voice of this great union must be loud and clear until it is clearly heard. Long live Pengassan and long live Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yeah, I have also given some of the links. There are a lot of, if you go after, is it before the, yeah, after the conclusions. So you where to get more information. So you can go and do research. You become a no, we nuclearize the president. I will nuclearize all of you. Because we want you to be saving from what you are getting now to invest in what? In nuclear and renewables. Because it's the future. It's the way to go. We are saying it today. Believe me, you are going to attest to the fact that we have once said it here. If we don't start now, I'm telling you the kind of population, the youth population that we have, the average I read in the UN data is about 17 years. So what happened during NSAS, if you don't prepare something for them in the next 20 years, it's small. I'm sorry to say, but the onus is on us. It's we now that have to prepare for them. If you don't do, now we sabi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so,
no. Yes, I can. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Issa Sambo, the GM, Radiological Safety Department, Nigeria Nuclear Regulatory Authority, NNRA. Thank you for coming and doing justice to pathways to a sustainable energy future in Nigeria. Like he has rightly said, we must go nuclear. Okay, that is a new NNRA family. Okay, all right. NNRA director, don't you employ men? Okay, I'm seeing men. Even with this, no, there's problem in NNRA. Do we have men from NNRA? Mr. President, we are struggling to meet 35% affirmation for men in NNRA. It's no longer women. My hands are up. Thank you very much. The women have asked me behind to leave them alone, so I'm not going there anymore. Yes, I've given up. Mr. President, we're running faster than I thought, and that is a good sign. We're going to take the last program for today before the vote of thanks and closing remarks, and that is awards and special recognition in less than 20 minutes. We should be done with that. To anchor that is the National PRO. A round of applause for him as he comes up to take the awards.
This is judgment time, where every man will receive their reward according to their works, whether it be good or bad. But this time, the reward is a good reward. And I want to thank Mr. President, Engineer Festus Osifo, for this new initiative to recognize those who have labored over the course of this leadership to contribute to all that we're doing. And like we said, the award will run to, it ran yesterday, today, then we'll have another session the day tomorrow and the final award session during the gala night. For today, we have 4 awards to be given to NEC members and 7 awards to some of our partner companies and organizations who's partnered with Pengassan in one way or the other, especially for the organization of this particular summit. So this is how it's going to be. As we call people out, celebrate them as they come forward to receive the awards. So my ladies, are you ready? Okay. The ones on the aisles that will lead our recipients up, are you ready? Let's get started. Media, are you ready? Let's get our background sound. And for the audience, you are to support them, cheer them up as they come up. Mr. President, sir, the first set of awards are for some of our National Executive Council members who in one way or the other have shown leadership, commitment, innovation, and tenacity in the face of staggering opposition to get Pengassan, their respective branches across zones and sectors to where it is today. The first on my list from SPDC branch. Yes, we work as a team. And to present this award, I have the honor to invite the immediate past Deputy President of Pengassan, a comrade that have been re-engineered into HR. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the Manager-Employee Relations of NUIMS. Oh, NUPRC, I mean, the names keep changing. Thank you so much, sir. So you wait here and then as they come. So the recipients who follow this way is when you come out. From SPDC branch, let's make welcome to receive his award, my twin brother, not in looks, but in character. The branch chairman of SPDC branch, the TUC chairman, Rivers State Council, Comrade Sir Foster Ikechukwu Onyefru. Please keep clapping until he gets here. Thank you so much for your labor, your service to Pengassan. Thank you for your contribution to labor movement. I can see the zonal chairman of Port Harcourt zone following the TUC leader. Oh, looks like all the TUC families are supporting their own. This is men supporting men. Media, please. Okay.
On behalf of Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit, it is my singular pleasure to hand over this award to you in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the welfare of your members and the growth of Pengassan as an association. Congratulations.
Mr. President, one of the reasons you posited for giving this award is to encourage consistency. And you did not only focus on what the men have done, yeah, it's not in the size of the body. Sir Foster Onyefru, I would like to find out what you did to have women follow you like this. This is the first time a man is coming out for an award, and then all the ladies. He's gender friendly, I see. Congratulations. Next on the line, specially recognized for multifaceted contributions to Pengassan, the support of women, is going to NTL branch of Pengassan. This time, the winner is a the winner is a guy. I've not even called the award. People are lining up. What you don't know is that I have the power to change the names. I should not. Then, according to your wish, it is my pleasure to invite the branch chairman of NTL, chair lady, chairperson, chairman, chairwoman of NTL branch, Comrade Amoge Chukwudi. Women are great. Train a woman. Our agenda. Build a woman. I hope Transcorp recognize the weight coming up on this stage and that it has ability to sustain. Transcorp will be held responsible if anything happened to our ladies. I want to specially recognize Lady Rose on stage, one of the progenitors of the women movement in Pengassan.
In special recognition of your immense contribution to Pengassan activities, it is my singular honor and privilege to, on behalf of Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit, give you this award. Congratulations.
This is like, I don't even know where to start from. I feel so elated getting to receive this award. I think I should use this opportunity to appreciate everybody here. So first of all, I feel like a child who is trained by the whole village. I've always enjoyed the support of all and sundry as far as this noble family is concerned. I want to dedicate this award to everybody who has contributed to this journey this far. It's a big deal. It's a big deal because I don't think there's been any time they've had a woman chair a branch in NNPC since the inception of the union, and we were able to get these feats because we had the support of both men and women. I really appreciate our gender-friendly president, C.O.C.4.
The president.
C.O.C.4. Our man. O.C.4. Kaigeso. Monegeje monalala. O.C.4. Kaigeso. O.C.4. Kaigeso. Monegeje monalala. O.C.4. Kaigeso. Thank you. I really want to appreciate all the members of the CWC. I appreciate, in fact, for the purpose of this award, there are some specific persons I think I should appreciate. My group chairman, NMPC Trading Limited, his sourceness, his source prince, Comrade Emir Victor Okorie. The support has been massive. I celebrate and appreciate my first branch chairman, Comrade Victor Odo. He was the one who groomed me to understand the nitty-gritties of the union and always included me in everything as far as the union is concerned.
Thank you.
I appreciate my women.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate members of our NEC. Sorry, they won't allow me time to appreciate as many people as possible.
We have a red carpet.
In this business, my sisters, Comrade Nikki Duru, Comrade Ada, Comrade Sandra, our general, Comrade Yeti, my zonal chairpersons, even all the women and PWC chairpersons, they've always been supportive and it's always been a beautiful business. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank
I don't
you.
have enough time. I would have appreciated everybody.
Thank you. Mr. President, that song. Mr. President, that song, Osifo what? Let me tell you what it means. He said, Osifo, keep doing what you are doing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, women. Great women in Pengassan. I'm a bit jealous for the men, but we will not, because of time, people have sat all day, not having to eat. Every other appreciation, we have our cameramen on the red carpet. You can go do it. It will be on record. Say the appreciation on camera after here so that they will get to see it eventually. Thank you very much. The next award is going to all the way from Efuru Wari, all the way from the training hub for oil and gas activities. It is my pleasure to invite to receive his award now the branch chairman of PTI branch of Pengassan, Comrade Zakaria Mohammed Ahmed. Comrade Zakaria. Please, let's keep clapping on the delegates here. When it's looked at Zakaria, is a he for himself man. His Excellency, the Odogu one, the Chokomilo, is on set. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit, it is my privilege and honor to hand over this award in recognition of your immense contribution to Pengassan activities in the oil and gas industry. Congratulations, sir.
Solidarity, solidarity. Women are great. Our agenda, Mr. President, the next session and NEG in the summit. I thank you very much for this award. It's gladding my heart. The achievements so far in PTI would have been successful if not for the support of the Alert General, Comrade Prince Audu Oshokamile. The support of the National President, I will call sometimes in 2020 when the mandate and the progress of PTI as it concerns the welfare of PTI want to be cast away. But the comrades were firm and they ensure that the leadership actually is given to whom due. And today, we have recorded tremendous achievement, and achievement is ongoing. Mr. President, I have a lot to say.
Thank you.
But I have to thank you much for the support you are giving to us.
Thank you.
Thank you to the branch, PTI branch executives. Thank you to the Congress of PTI. Thank you to the forum chairman, the forum members. The forum members of Regulators Forum have been trying. Chairman, wherever you are supposed to be here. Thank you, Comrade Daddy. The Assistant Secretary of the Forum, the Chairperson, Pengassan Women Commission, my wonderful Zonal Chairman, Comrade Jenny, my wonderful Zonal IRO, Comrade James Osioma, the General, and my wonderful PRO to the Women Commission, Comrade Princess. They have been wonderful, they have been supporting. PTI is wonderful and we appreciate this award.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the only reason I allowed that to happen was that we gave an opportunity for the ladies to speak, and now a man have spoken. Now, so because of time, because we still have some rundown of about 7 companies to call, everybody that comes will just receive the award and they will go. So no more. Exactly. To the secretariat. So the next in the line to receive an award today, to your amazement, is someone that I have a lot of personal respect for. First, for her extraordinary amplitude of comprehension, her participation, and service, albeit very, very passionate about what she does. It is my pleasure to welcome to receive an award from Mr. President today. To receive an award today the NMPC retail member and the vice chairman of the FCT TUC, Comrade Ashia Hassan Audu. The microphone is mine. And just a little bit correction with apologies. Comrade Asia is the National Vice Chairman of TUC Women Commission. Please give her a big hand. Women are great. Train a woman. So the presentation now.
With singular honor and privilege, may I hand over this award to you in special recognition of your immense contribution to the activities of Pengassan, both the Pengassan Women's Commission and Pengassan as an association. On behalf of Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit, I hereby hand over this award to you. Congratulations.
By popular demand, I've been asked to give her 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Solidarity. I won't take so much of your time. Thank you so much. I want to first and foremost appreciate God Almighty for this award. I want to appreciate my family. I want to appreciate our God-sent double president, the TUC president worldwide, and the Pengassan president, and the entire executives of the TUC. I see them here. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you so much, Pengassan, from the national to the zone, Kaduna zone. I love you all, your family. NMPC Retail, ably led by, in fact, from the first branch chairman, Comrade Baba Shatima Kukawa, to Comrade Dalami, to Comrade Abbasani, you have all been amazing, and you have shown truly that family is not just by blood, that you can have people outside of your family that are truly family. Kaduna Zonal women, you are still amazing. You rock. Thank you so much. Women across all zones, thank you so much. Our national chairperson, PWC, thank you so much. Our Amazon and women leader, Comrade Lady Rose, thank you so much, ma, for your tutelage. I appreciate you, and I come with one message to every woman here. There is news. There is no glass ceiling because it has been shattered. There is no limit to what we can achieve. Let us keep striving. Let us keep pushing, and the best is yet to come. Thank you very much.
Please, let's come up this way. Recipient, this way, this way, this way. Come this way so you can have a shot with Mr. President. What's his name? I want to use this opportunity to thank my able former DP and re-engineered HR practitioner. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Before I sit down, I must note, Mr. President, the awards, Mr. President.
Mr. President, sir.
Okay, he's busy. Just to note that the awards are beginning to look like the Grammys.
And I can see even the awardees and their presentations are almost like the Grammys.
This is Pengassan's Grammy. The next set of awards will be given to companies and management who supported Pengassan over the course of our sojourn as not only a labor organization, but a partner in progress to the companies and to the nation. And to present this set of awards, it is my pleasure to invite the president of FOPTOP and also the TUC Vice President 3. I hope I'm right. Deputy President 3. Comrade Oyibo Jima. Please, let's give him a round of applause. As we call the companies, they come en masse, their management and some of their staff, and come out to receive it. The first on my list, ladies and gentlemen, they were the first to contact me as the chairman of the planning committee of their interest to participate in this, to sponsor this event. It is my pleasure to welcome, to receive an award from Pengassan, from the president, NEC, CWC, the management of NMPC Retail. Heavily led by the executive director. Thank you so much, sir, for partnering with us. From the testimonies of this event, you would agree your partnership has led us to go a long way in achieving the vision of the He for She president and the Pengassan leadership at large.
Yeah, on behalf of Pengassan Senior Staff Association, I present to you in recognition and appreciation of your immense contributions and support to the success of Pengassan Energy and Labor Summit, Peals, October 2023. On behalf of this association, I present this gift to you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, NMPC
Congratulations
Retail.
again.
Thank you so much. Next on the list to receive the award today is the management and staff of Indorama Eleme Petrochemicals for their immense support to Pengassan Peals 2023. Indorama. Please, let's clap for them. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's encourage our award recipient. Thank you so much.
Once again, in recognition and appreciation of your immense contributions and support to the success of Pengassan, I present to you this noble gift to your organization. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, my list. An award presented to one of our star companies for their immense contribution. It is my pleasure. Please, this particular set of awards are not to the branches, but to the company itself, in their leadership. I just wanted to elaborate on that. So, the next on my list to receive the award is what we used to know as NAPIMS, now NUIMS. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's welcome the management of NUIMS to receive the award. Let's keep clapping. Our former Lagos Zonal Chairman is here, now in management. Thank you so much for all you do to support Pengassan. I see the NUIMS family. NUIMS is doing a great job. Aben, you're wasting company resources. You're too slim.
Once again, in recognition and appreciation of your immense contribution and support to the success of Pengassan, I present to you this token from the association to your organization. I say congratulations. Congratulations, guys.
Solidarity. On behalf of the DGM NAPIMS that I used to know, that has already changed. We have a new nomenclature and post-implementation of the PIB. What you used to know as NAPIMS is now NUIMS, which is NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services. And the nomenclature of the DGM has changed to Chief Upstream Investment Officer, which is CIO. On behalf of himself, we are here to represent him because he's currently engaged in a very serious national assignment. On his behalf, we want to sincerely thank Pengassan and our dear President and the executives and national executives of our UDI Union for considering him and considering NAPIMS worthy of this recognition. Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again.
Next on my list, management, leaders, staff of NEPL. Let's make welcome NEPL to receive their award. If you are from NEPL, your leadership is already out. What reason you relate
Again,
to NEPL?
Sorry, on behalf of Pengassan Senior Staff Association.
Just a moment, sir. For media coverage. Okay, yeah. Thank you, sir.
I present to you this token gift in recognition and appreciation of your immense contribution and support to this great association. Once again, congratulations.
Solidarity.
Forever.
This is one family that I never joke with. My people are here. Whenever they send in their paper and say we are going for Congress. Sharp, sharp.
Sharp, sharp.
Sharp, sharp. So I really appreciate your support to the industry, and we will continue to support on behalf of the MD, CEO, who is presently engaged with another assignment. We represent them here, and we appreciate you for what you are doing. Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Next on the line, you know, a lot of these names have changed. I used to know all of these abbreviations, but a lot has changed, and I'll only abbreviate them. I won't dare to call the full name till I go back to school. Yeah, so like I said, a lot of these names have changed. NEPL used to be known as MPDC, still part of the NNPC family. With the PIA, a lot changed. Names get, changed also. But they didn't change our workers. So we are happy. Next on the line is NGIC, formerly NGC, to receive the award now. And I think what we'll do is that to have a rundown of the companies that will receive award tomorrow so that people can prepare. NGIC, do we have NGIC? Even the members can receive on behalf of. Okay, please come out now. Please encourage them, give them that sound. Media men, your sound is not loud enough. After NGIC, we're going to have NNRA. After NNRA, we have NGML, so prepare.
On behalf of Pengassan Senior Staff Association, I hereby present to you this noble award in recognition and appreciation of your immense contributions and support to the success of this organization. Congratulations.
On behalf of the management of NGIC, we wish to receive this award and thank Pengassan. The management sends their regards. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
The next award goes to, let me call it like my friend from Umune there, goes to the company Enu RA. NNRA. Hey, Adabeke, the Yeye Atayeshe 1. The PWC Pengassan, coming with their management and leadership. NNRA is Nigeria Nuclear.
On behalf of Pengassan Senior Staff Association, I hereby present to you, in recognition and appreciation of your immense contribution and support to this great association. Congratulations.
Solidarity. Solidarity. Allah for one. Allah for one. On behalf of the Director General, Dr. Yao Idris Usman, the manager of Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and the entire staff of the authority, what is the leadership of the TUC, Pengassan and the TUC, we are putting two in one because you have two caps, sir. So we actually congratulate you for this. I appreciate this particular gift. I sincerely thank you and bless and pray that God will richly bless you. Of a truth, you are contributing immensely towards making what NNRA is today. We cannot take that for granted. We value you at any particular time, any particular second. We respect you, sir, with due respect. And you are always welcome. And we assure you by the grace of God, we shall constantly give you the needed support and cooperation anytime you call on our door. Once again, thank you and God bless you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, NNRA. I'll let the management.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to quickly also echo it again to our the president here, Mr. Osifo, so that I can get to Mr. President. According to Dr. Sambo, let us go nuclear. Let us go nuclear.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What it means, nuclear is not the bomb site. The last on my list today to receive an award, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, let's make welcome one of the NNPC family members to receive the award, NGML, the company NGML. That's the Nigerian NNPC Gas Marketing Limited Company. Please, let's clap for NGML. I mean, they are the core of the theme of this event, driving our sales of gas. All the gas we produce, they will be driving the sales.
Again, on behalf of Pengassan, I present to you this award in recognition and appreciation of your immense contribution to this great body. Congratulations.
Solidarity. Solidarity. On behalf of my MD, Justin Ezela, and the entire management of NGML, we thank the leadership of Pengassan and all Pengassan members for this recognition. It is a call for us to do more. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, our Oyibo in the house. Thank you so much for doing that. Now, a very quick rundown of some of the awards to companies that will be given tomorrow. Branch chairman, take note so that you can inform your folks for tomorrow session. We have this following award, Total E&P. The branch chairman, please inform your folks. Mobi Producing Nigeria, the branch people, inform your folks. We have NCDMB, PTDF, NUPRC, NMDPRA, and NMPC Limited. In the evening, during the gala night, those awards will be presented during the gala night. We look forward to seeing you, and we look forward to having you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now sign off and invite the Master of Ceremony, Comrade Dr. Williams Ekong Adia Mbok.
Mr. President, just arriving is Dr. Justice Derek Afaka, Asset Manager for NUIMS. Is here to represent Dr. Balamunte. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him, please. Mr. President, when I saw the arrays of women, I'm still bothered about the men in NNRA. And well, I've seen that before because, and I don't know how he did it. My father had 5 of them, and as wives. And somebody was when they saw me and say, American, don't say, I'm not American in that one. Because we cannot measure up. One is already enough headache. And one man had 5. Thank you so much, women. You're always making this world a better place. Without you, even when she talked, she said she was not given time. And then when you give her time now, the food will be cold. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, we have come to the end of the program today. But before we go, Mr. President has asked me to inform you to be here 9 a.m. tomorrow. We have 2 events tomorrow. We have the morning session, and then we come back for the award night. So please, the earlier we start, the better, so that we can close early for every one of us to go refresh and come back for the evening. You will agree with me that it has been wonderful 2 days, and we'll conclude tomorrow. So please, let's try and be here by 9. Lunch is ready. After the closing remarks, we will go for lunch. To give us the closing remarks and vote of thanks, let's welcome Comrade Dr. Ifeanyi Eze, the National Industrial Relations Officer, to give us the closing remarks. A round of applause for him, please.
Great Pengassan, great Pengassan, comrades, our visitors, it is my pleasure to stand before you this afternoon on behalf of the great Pengassan family, ably led by our president, our amiable president, the indefatigable president, Comrade Osifo, to thank you for making our time to be with us here today. The Captain of Industries, our past presidents, and other invited guests, all other protocol observed. You could have chosen to give us excuses why you can't be here today, but you came to grace this occasion. For those of us that delivered messages, we've been enriched, and we are grateful for the knowledge which you've shared with us. Thank you very much. As you go, you all will go in peace without any problem. And we expect many of you tomorrow once more. Thank you very much.
Please, shall we rise to our feet as we take the national anthem? The national anthem, please. Arise, O compact, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. When the union inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what falls on earth is weaker than the people's strength of one. For the union makes a strong solidarity. So till forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever. For the union makes a strong victory. Victory, victory for in a struggle, in a struggle. Yes, there is victory. Forward, forward ever, backward, backward never. In a struggle for our union, there is victory. Great Pengassan, great Nigeria, Aluta, women are great. Our gender, solidarity, Thank you very much. Please note, tomorrow morning we're starting with breakfast by 9 o'clock prompt. If you have mortgaged your breakfast, you know you won't have it tomorrow. Join us here by 9 tomorrow morning. You have one. Thank you very much. Lunch is served upstairs, please. And the president will be leading the VIP upstairs for lunch. All the past presidents and everyone. Dr. Ido Wodion, thank you for coming. Please, let's follow the president. All the VIPs follow the president, including myself, upstairs. Thank you.